The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light. Tough enough, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene flash feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Tracks on fire, burning the world fire. Where's the baby? Missing shadows crawl. People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light.
What up, YouTube? It is good to see you guys this morning. Good morning, good morning. Now, of course, we're going to day 6 of the Megan Boswell trial. Young lady murdered her 13-month-old daughter, okay? Well, she was 15 months when they found her deceased in a playhouse in a trash can, stuffed into a trash can. Terrible situation. So trigger warnings for today. But of course, leave your DNA on the like button just in case they free Megan Boswell and she stuffs your ass into a trash can. Okay? I'm going to need your DNA to send the bloodhounds to find you. So definitely leave your DNA all over that like button. And make sure if you haven't, sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications, and feel free to share my face. I said wear my face like Buffalo Bill, okay? To wear my skin, okay? Like if you watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Share my face everywhere, okay? Share it damn everywhere. As long as you don't wear it. Don't wear my face, okay? You wouldn't want to wear this face anyway. You'd probably want to cut off somebody's face that looked a little bit better than mine. But if you decide to cut off my face, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. So anyway, the trial starts in just a few minutes, and it's day 6. We watched a lot of her friends take the stand. We watched a couple of detectives take the stand. We watched plenty of interviews of her, right? And I think everything's been pretty damaging towards Megan Boswell. I know the title says Casey Anthony 2.0 because that's her actions and her story. But let me tell you, the court case is not going like Casey Anthony. Good morning, Dumpling. Dumpling has been a member for 20 months. Damn! Okay, that's a long time, Dumpling. Thank you for being here with us. That is awesome. So the case ain't going like Casey Anthony. This girl don't look as innocent. Nobody's feeling sorry for her. The chances of her walking look pretty slim. It looks like she's going to do the rest of her life in prison. But, you know, I'm no court expert. That's just my take on it. But we did have some callers call in yesterday, and they said that they think she's innocent, that she is covering for the boyfriend. And I was like, what? Are you bumped your head. But listen, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't get mad at people for their opinion. I'm kind of surprised in it, right? I'm kind of surprised in it. So with a jury, you never know. You never know. Is there one person over there going, oh, well, she did it for this. She's covering for this guy that's in the crazy hospital wrapping tinfoil on his head. You know, there's always that possibility, right? I'm just hoping that ain't the case in this situation. Now, I know the boyfriend is a little weird, but I don't think he's really, I think he's more of a drug addict than he is crazy. And that, you know, we looked him up yesterday and it says he was incarcerated in Virginia, but it looks like the jail may have moved him to this other facility, but it still has him listed as incarcerated in Virginia. Now, so it don't look like he went there on his free will, that he started acting crazy in the jail and they've sent him to a mental hospital. That's just my take on it. But let me give my warnings before we get too far into this morning. Dolly Visions for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation, mixed with some theories, comedy, and a whole lot of chaos. Okay, so don't take nothing here as fact, people. It's just my opinion. The callers today, their opinions are theirs and theirs alone, not to reflect on the Dolly Vision. And everyone, and I mean everyone, even Megan Boswell, is innocent to proven guilty in a court of law. Now, to me, I think she's guilty, right? But that's just my opinion. And the biggest one of them all, okay? The biggest one. Don't try to be Dolly at home. It's dangerous, okay? You could die. And I cannot be responsible for that, for people trying to be Dolly. Now, I am going to have to leave you guys this afternoon around 1 o'clock. Okay, but I'm going to leave the stream up going with the trial on. The reason I said don't be Dolly at home is Dolly got a heart doctor's appointment today. Okay, so I got to go to the heart doctor today to make sure my ticker is still good. And I'm going to be here a good long time with y'all in the future. Okay, so my heart doctor, you know, about a month ago, I was supposed to have an appointment and they sent me a message that said, your health matters to us. We're going to have to cancel your appointment. And I was thinking to myself, well, my damn health don't matter too much if you canceling my damn heart doctor's appointment. And I just had a heart attack 6 months ago. Okay. That don't sound like you care too much about my health. Okay. Sounds like the opposite of that y'all don't give a damn about my health. And your doctor rather be out golfing than reading my results on my chart. Right. That's what it sounds like to me, but that's just my opinion. Okay. That's just my opinion. Right. So that, oh, we worried about you, but we'll make your doctor's appointment 3 months away. Well, you ain't too worried then, I guess, you know, I guess I'm okay. Maybe, you know, what if you had 30 days to live and then they cancel your doctor's appointment and they don't let you know you got those 30 days. When you go in there, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, you're dying tomorrow. Well, damn. You told me that 30 days ago and I could have been out bungee jumping, skydiving, jumping off cliffs, you know, dangerous things that, you know, I've always been scared while I was alive to do. I could possibly be doing, right? But no, that ain't how it operates. I would feel the same, right? Okay. Well, I'm glad we're all on the same page. So what time is it? Let's see. It's 8:35. Court TV has their stream up, but they're not showing the court yet, but I'll go ahead and share it. So we don't miss absolutely nothing this morning. All right. Hold on. Let me, I think I did something wrong here. All right, here we go. Entire screen. Bam. Make sure y'all have audio. Add that to the stream. Let's make sure everything's turned off. Oh, yeah, that this morning. That's a little too much. I'll cut the volume on when court starts. I can't stand court TV's music. They need to get a little bit better soundtrack going on. Okay, a little bit better soundtrack. So if you're just tuning in, of course, I want you guys to hit the like on the video so I don't got to say it 1,000 times today. I said it so much yesterday that my face hurt. Okay, we have 329 of you in here right now. So let's go ahead and get those likes up to like 350. Okay, because there's 350 of you in here now. So, and I don't got to say it and say it. I wonder how many times I say hit the like on a video in one video. I'm going to have to go back and watch and count. I know it's a lot. It's way too many. Way too many. So just hit the like as you come in. Be cool. That's like ringing the doorbell to me. Let me know you're here. Let's help Dolly and hit that like button. I hit the like on the way in. Good morning. Thank you, voice. Leave your DNA to show your number. There you go. In the case Dolly has to go look for you. There you go. Just in case I have to go look for you. Now I slept in a little bit this morning, which I needed that little bit of rest. So I'm just now kind of waking up. I was watching Beast Games last night. Okay, Mr. Beast. I don't know if anybody watches that, but I was watching Beast Games on I think it was Paramount. And it's you win $5 million if you compete in all these games. It's basically a ripoff of Squid Games. I don't know if anybody's ever watched Squid Games, but it's basically just a Mr. Beast ripoff of Squid Games. I'm surprised he's not getting sued for it. Okay, I'm absolutely surprised he is not getting sued for stealing Squid Games. Okay, like it's the same thing. It's just Mr. Beast doing it. It's like it's kind of a little bit of a ripoff. Sage, what is a P.O. box address for Dolly and PJ? Judy, yeah, one of my mods would have to give that to you. To be honest with you, Judy, I don't even know the P.O. box number. Okay. PJ usually keeps up with all that stuff, goes to the post office. I'm just a big old idiot. Okay. They can't rely on me for nothing. Goof morning, Dolly. That's about what I am, a goof. Okay. Have a blessed day, my friend. I will, kitten. Okay. I hope it goes good because the day's not a good day to go bad. Okay. Because I'm going, like I said, I'm going to the heart doctor at like a little after 1 o'clock. So a little after 1, I'll be leaving you guys, like I said, so I can go take care of my doctor's appointment. Let's see. I saw where you guys are getting nasty weather. I'm sure you used to it. Be safe. Yeah, the weather here. One thing about Virginia, if you don't like the weather, be patient. It's going to change. Today it's a little cold. I got the heat blowing on my feet. Okay, because I'm just wearing a pair of socks right now. I know y'all can't see that area, but I just got socks on, and I got pants on too. I'm wearing sweatpants, but it's chilly today, so I got the little heater blowing on my feet. And the studio don't have real good circulation ventilation back here, so it's a little chilly. Good morning. Hopefully everyone has a wonderful day. So far, so good. All right, I'm getting messages coming in. Let me see what these are real fast. Okay. All right, hold on. I gotta reply back to this message. All right. Okay, let me make sure I got everything. Breaking news. Oh, I heard about that. A plane crashed into Vince Neil's airplane. Okay, I heard about that last night right before I went to bed. PJ was telling me that Vince Neil was not on the plane. Okay, for anybody just tuning in, these damn plane crashes not good. We got a lot of stuff coming up here soon where we're going to be doing a lot of flying. I believe we're flying to Boston for the Karen Reed trial. I'm flying to Idaho for Stephen Stearns. For Brian Kohlberger. I'm flying to Florida. I might drive to Florida. Okay, I might drive to Florida. That's drivable. So I would probably drive to Florida, and that's for the Stephen Stearns case. But I got a lot of flying coming up. They need to start crashing these planes. That kind of scary. There's been too many at once. Yeah, spread them out a little bit. or get them over with before I start flying. You know what I'm saying? I am good. Thank you. Thank you. I agree. But apparently I know there was one person that didn't make it the last I heard in that airplane crash last night. Well, it was a plane landing and it struck a parked plane, which sounds crazy, that you hit a parked plane. Now, every trip I've ever took on a plane has been pretty it's been decent, like nothing bad. One time I was coming back from Nashville and we were on the runway getting ready to take off. Okay, for anybody that's flown, you know how the plane gets on the runway and it starts revving up. So, because it's going to take off really fast so it can fly. And the plane's revving up and it's getting ready to take off. And all of a sudden, they come on the radio and go, "We're experiencing difficulties with the plane. We're going to taxi the plane and we should be out of here before you know it." Right. And then they drive the plane back off the runway. And it seems like about an hour goes by, good hour sitting on that plane. Oh, but before they're like, our technicians are working on the plane. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is going on? But I could hear this weird clicking noise underneath my seat. It was weird. It kind of scared me, right? Because I ain't never heard that before. It was this weird clicking noise. And I was like, okay. So this is when I first started flying. So this was kind of scary to me. I was like, oh shit, maybe I should get off this plane and get on a plane that works. That's the last thing you want to hear before the plane is taking off. While we're having problems with the plane. It ain't like that bitch can pull over, right? Where are you going to pull over in the sky? The ground? Okay. The crash site is where you're going to pull over to. So finally they come back on. They go, okay, the plane's working. We're going to take off now. And the whole time at this point, I'm just paranoid. I wish they hadn't even told us the plane was messed up. Right. So now I know the plane ain't acting right. And we're flying. And then as soon as they go, I hear the clicking again. Click, 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 click. Right underneath my seat. I don't know if it was the landing gear, what's clicking, but something's damn clicking. And I ain't never heard that clicking on another plane. We take off. And I don't know how fast a plane flies, like when you're in it, but I could tell this plane was flying faster than most planes do. You could just feel it, right? When this thing landed in Norfolk, it came down so hard onto the runway. I don't know if it was just going extra fast and it was landing extra fast, but when they slammed on the brakes, it slammed me into the seat so hard in front of me. I mean, just bam, right? When I got off that plane, I thought I was in a car wreck. That's how bad it whipped me forward into the seat in front of me. It was like if somebody was doing 100 miles an hour and brake checked. It was almost like that. And that is the only time I've got off a plane. I mean, I was busting through people trying to get off. You know what I'm saying? And then when I got off of it, I actually said a little prayer. I was like, thank you, God, for letting me touch the ground. Because I was scared the whole flight, and the landing was like a car wreck. Okay. Now, the plane itself didn't wreck. It's just like they got anti-lock brakes. So when they're hitting them brakes, it's like, and I was just like, oh my God, that was the worst plane flight I've ever been on. I've been on them in the storms, where it's raining and all bad. But that one from Nashville was the scariest plane ride I've ever been on. I was just so thankful to be on the ground. My daughter's supposed to go to Mexico in March, and my grandparents, I'm questioning whether to send her anywhere with these crashes. Well, usually, let's be honest. They're usually not that common. Okay. Commercial planes crashing. And you look at the one in where was it? DC, right? That's the first major plane crash in 16 years. So the little planes, they crash all the time. The bigger planes, they don't crash that much. And even the crashes we're seeing are like little crashes. They're not, planes falling out the sky crashes. I mean, sometimes, right? We seen that jet with the medical stuff on it. That thing came down like a missile. I mean, just like a missile. I hate to fly now. There's no space, just people sitting right next to you. Yes, they jam people up on them planes like unbelievably. They put me between the two fattest dudes ever on the planet. The last flight I took from Boston, I mean, these dudes must have been 400 pounds apiece. And I ain't got nothing against big people. I just don't want to sit in between you on an airplane, right? Where your fat rolls are kind of like rubbing up against me and shit. I just don't like that. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, this, no armrest between two big ass dudes. It was absolutely a nightmare. You are touching and can't stretch your feet out. Yeah, well, for $29.99, you can buy a little bit of extra foot room. Okay, or is it $39.99? I can't remember. It's either $29.99 or $39.99, and they give you a tiny bit of foot room. You get like an extra 4 inches. Okay, and it's worth it. Let me tell you, it's worth every bit of it. Okay, pay the money, people. Pay the money. Pay the money. I'm not a first class kind of person. I ain't got first class money. I fly last class. Okay, the brokest person on the plane. So I get what I get. When I get a ticket, I just pray for the best. $39.99. How do you get that? Well, when you get your ticket and it says to pick the seat, there's certain seats that are $39.99 more, and them are the seats that are especially if you fly American or Delta, them are the seats that have like 6 inches more of leg room. Now, I usually try to take a window seat so I can lean this way, and that way people ain't up on me. Because I usually try to sleep on planes because it makes me less paranoid. But if you get the seat that sits on the outside, it was like I would fall asleep, and then the lady with the cart be like, boop, and bump my ass in the head and shit, right? Because I'd be hanging out in the seat like this, sleeping. So now I always try to get window seats, and I always try to get the leg room. But right there, when you do that, I think it's $29 to get a window seat. It's more to get the window seat, and then it's more to get the leg room. So if you get the leg room with the window seat, now you in it for an extra $50. That's how they get you. You buy the ticket, you're thinking, oh damn, the ticket's only $350, $400. That don't sound bad, right? But then when you add the other money to it, and it adds up. Love the window seat. I mean, I don't sit at the window so I can look out the window, right? I just get the window seat so I can lean over. Do they still require a COVID shot to fly? No, they don't. What they do require here coming up soon this year is a real ID. Okay. Which I just put in for my social security card, and I'm going to get my birth certificate online, and I need to get a real ID and a passport. Okay. Passport so I can go to Canada or Mexico or wherever the hell I decide to go. But the real ID you will need this year to fly. Okay, so not right yet. I think it's in May or June. By summertime, you need it. And I guess that's the one with the chip in it so they can track your ass. I'm not for sure. But I'm already in the process of getting all those things. So I ordered my social security card. I just got to get online and order my birth certificate. I already have an ID. So I need those things. And then I can get me a passport. And then the passport takes, I think, 6 weeks to get. So I'm trying to get all this done before summertime, just in case, like last summer, we went up to Niagara Falls and I couldn't get into Canada, right? So this year, I want to make sure if I go somewhere or decide to go somewhere, I can get in anywhere in the damn country, well, the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'm already in the country. I'm not getting any shots either. Okay, I'm not big on that whole punk me with a needle, Bill Gates type shit. No, you can make my laptop, but you are not being my doctor. All right. Now I'm good with you making my computer, but that's about it. All right. If you want to make me an Apple or Macintosh, I don't care. But as far as, you being my physician, I skipped that one. Good morning, Dolly and everyone. Good morning to you guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good little morning chat here with you guys about, traveling and doctors and all kinds of good stuff this morning. Oh my. That's exactly right, Dolly. Ain't nobody poking me with nothing. I don't blame you. Dumpling was supposed to start, but I think 9. Well, listen, it starts at 8:30 for the lawyers to get them in there, get them situated, get it ready. But the case don't really start till 9 o'clock. I learned that when I was there. All right, they'll do a little motions and stuff at like 8:30, but the court don't start till 9 o'clock. And we're 8 minutes out. Snowing here in West Virginia, Burr. Okay, it's not snowing here, but it's a little chilly here in Virginia. Um, Tennessee was nice when I was in Tennessee, except for the rain. The rain kind of sucked, but as far as it not being cold, the weather was pretty decent in Kingsport. Not far as it wasn't freezing cold. It was just rainy. You watched PJ's Christmas video at her sister's last night. Okay, well, you're a little late on that, ain't you? You're like 2 months late on the Christmas video. And her sister goes all out for Christmas. I mean, there's so many lights and decorations, and like her sister's a little wild with it. And she starts like decorating her house. She starts like 2 months before Christmas. And then, 2 months to probably take it all down and pack it up. So she's constantly decorating. So yeah, her house is really nice on Christmas time. It's beautiful. She does a lot of cool stuff. She hangs all the lights and stuff from the ceilings, and it's pretty cool. You still have your tree up? It's winter. It's supposed to be cold. LOL. I just got too used to it. I don't like the cold, believe it or not. I like I don't know, spring and fall where I can wear a hoodie and it's not like super hot and not super cold. Somewhere in the middle, that's my perfect weather. Might have to go to the Bahamas this year. Something. I don't know. Your tree is still up too? Good Lord. Lazy ass people. Take that damn tree. It ain't Christmas no more. I still got Christmas lights on the house. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't took them down. Right? They ain't lit up, but they're still up. They might not come down to, I might not never take them down. I might just leave them up so I ain't never got to put them back up. That's how lazy I am. I'm just over here talking crap. Gonna add hearts to my tree for my dog's birthday and Valentine's Day. Yeah. Yeah. Valentine's Day is coming up. I got to get PJ something really nice. I ain't gonna tell her what it is. I already got her one thing. She didn't even notice it. I bought it in Kingsport. I was surprised she didn't see it, but she was sleeping, walking, and she didn't even notice it. So, but I do got to get her something else, and my kid something. I got to get my kid something for Valentine's Day. She said I better get her something for Valentine's Day because she hates all men but me. Okay, so I guess that's the sign I need to get her something for Valentine's Day. Okay, I hate all men but you. What you get me for Valentine's Day? Going to be 82 in Orlando today. Man, I need to move to Orlando. I'm in the wrong place. Chicken, I'll take 30 year round. So, I don't know. I think it's like, 40 degrees here. Can't be over 50. I know because I got the heat on my feet. 82 in Tampa. Oh, Lord. Y'all living large. I need some of that weather in my life, okay? And it looks like it's going to rain here today. I looked outside when I woke up. My mom is in Florida for 2 weeks and left me here in Indiana. Man, must be nice. 29 in Illinois, 41 and raining in North Carolina. Kayla. That's probably what is about here too. 41 and it looks like it's about to rain. I would say it's in its 40s. And I don't know what car I'm going to drive to the doctor. I guess I'm going to have to drive the truck. I can't drive the slingshot. and my Corvette, somebody I think broke into my car. Okay. I had it parked on the street and I went to go somewhere in it yesterday and the door was open. Nothing in there. There's nothing in there. I don't keep nothing in the car. It's just an empty car. I hardly ever drive it and I plan on selling it. But I went to go get in it and my door was open. And you know, when you leave the door open, the light stays on and the damn battery was dead. I was like, okay, so I know somebody's been in my car. Because we've been out of town and I haven't been in it. So I didn't lock it because there ain't nothing in there to steal. I mean, I guess you could steal the whole car, but nobody stole the car. But I think somebody got in it and went through it to see if there was anything in there. But there was nothing in there because it ain't been out in the shop too long. So I don't really keep nothing in the car. I don't keep nothing in any of my vehicles like talking about it. So, and if they got into the car, then they probably got it in my truck, but I don't have nothing in the truck either. So, yeah, I had to check my cameras. I got cameras. I didn't go back and look because there's nothing gone, but I know somebody went in it. So I knew that because the door was open. And I don't leave the door open because I know if you leave the door open, if you don't shut the doors good in the vet, it'll kill the battery. All right, here we go. It's 31 and snowing in central Virginia. Closed captions on, I believe. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you're just coming in, okay? There's 628 of you here. Hit the like button, and if you're super cool, share this on your Facebook today, all right? We almost got 300 likes and 600 people in the room. She washed her hair. About time. Thank you, Liv.
This is day 8 of State versus Megan Boswell, S72869.
Did he say it's day 8? This is day 6.
I think we finished with Mr. Weiss yesterday.
Yes.
All right. We'll come back to that issue that was raised. Probably not much time. You ever find the case?
We did.
State versus Yoki.
Yeah. Yes. No.
2011.
Let me turn my mic down a little.
Rder judge. It was 1994.
Can y'all hear me okay out there?
Not much other guidance. Other than
Correct. Well, Rder talks about the fact it's rare and
we'll,
it's like,
we'll take that up probably when we get back from lunch.
okay, thank you.
If you all make me copies of the cases or email.
Would you prefer an email?
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
Okay. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody coming in.
Oh, do you want? Well, no, for the judge. Oh, I said over the email. No. Just my approach.
Yeah.
And I've emailed the Oakley case to you.
I can get it 2 or 3 times.
I understand.
I called Susan Jones. That's the case she found.
The law in that area does not seem to be very well developed, but
Well, it's abuse of discretion.
Well,
Unless I
Judge Dewey wants.
really screw it. Well, I mean, that's
That's the truth. That's the truth.
rely on back facts or your own law. And that's abuse of discretion. Before we bring the jury in, I am almost have the second draft of the charge ready. It's been my habit over the last 10 years to define the words that have to be defined in a definition section. And I think that's fine. And again, I was talking with Ms. Jones about this. I think that's fine with regard to like the definition of child or the definition of son. But when it comes to in rea terms, knowing intent, for the homicide counts, I have to define those within the count. Because it doesn't make sense that intentional means you formed an intent to kill on a case that's not a homicide count. And then I got to looking at, there's two ways that you can form intent or knowing or even reckless. You've got nature of the conduct, and you've got result of the conduct. And additionally, I have put both in the definition section, but I have gone back and so this is the reason you don't have the second draft. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to put for certain charges, the definition of knowing in the count, even on non-homicide, because, for example, assault, the definition of knowing is nature or result. But with child abuse, the definition of knowing is nature only, not result. And I want that to be correct. In this case. I want to correct in all cases. So it may be this afternoon before we get a copy.
I did notice a couple of typos in there.
That helps.
Okay.
But we'll go on.
I have them marked, but I don't have them in front of me to tell you what they are.
I found where on the felony murder, I still have a special problem.
Yes, it will count that you have the wrong name of the defendant.
Yeah, on the murder one.
I think it's somewhere else too, because I didn't read the verdict.
We're at 77 pages.
You get that done in 15 minutes, can't you? Great.
Judge Beck said it took him 2 minutes a page, so that would have been 2.5 hours.
Why?
That's better safe than
I don't think I want to say on the record. Yeah.
Okay. The jury's ready. If you want to get your next witness headed this way, General.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we start off each court session, I gave you certain admonitions yesterday before you left. Does any juror have anything to report with regard to those admonitions? Nope. If you do, raise your right hand. Nobody's raised their hand. General, call your next witness.
Statement called Christopher Will Hoyt.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Chris Will Hoyt.
You solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are Christopher Wilhoit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your position there?
I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Johnson City Criminal Investigation Division
And how long have you been employed with TBI?
since 2001.
What was your assignment back in February of 2020?
Same assignment. I was the Assistant Special Agent in charge of that unit and working on the Evelyn Boswell case.
Okay. You anticipated my next question. So you did in fact assist the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in their investigation
No, Judge
into
Dolly.
the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was your role as far as within the TBI or in that investigation?
Just participated in the investigation in any way possible. We also had a case agent that was assigned to the case, a number of agents that also worked on the case. And I was here to, for lack of a better term, lend a hand and help in any way possible.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to February the 23rd of 2020. Did you encounter the defendant, Megan Boswell, on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would kind of tell the jury the circumstances around you talking with Miss Boswell.
So I was at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day. Miss Boswell had been interviewed that day, and following her interview, she left and went downstairs. I walked downstairs, or I guess I took the elevator downstairs and went outside where she was located and merely asked her if she was waiting on a ride. And at that point, she began talking to me about Evelyn. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming back inside and if I could take a statement from her.
All right. Now, where all this occurred, is this over here at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. And
Right as you walk out the front door there, it's kind of a ramp that goes down, and she was standing against those bars there.
Okay. That's right around the corner from where we are right now here in Blumpville, Sullivan County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that she began speaking with you. Did she know who you were?
I don't know. I at some point in time, I'm confident she knew that I was with the TBI or that I was law enforcement.
Okay. Did you identify yourself to her?
Yeah. At some point in time, I told her, that I was Chris Will Hoyt and I was with TBI.
All right. And I think you said this earlier, but when you actually went to speak with Miss Boswell, where did you go? Where over in the building did you all talk?
I went back upstairs because I asked her to come back into the lobby, and I went back upstairs to get a pad, a piece of paper to write on, and a writing to her, a pen. And so I came back downstairs and I sat in the lobby and talked to her there.
Okay. So this was downstairs, not upstairs in the interview rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of tell the jury how this interview process went about. How did you conduct the interview with Miss Boswell?
Well, I don't know that it's I don't know that this is the correct term, but I call it a cognitive interview. And so what I try to do is just ask her kind of what happened. And when I do, I try to get the details to the nth degree, if I can, just, to find out, just so that there's nothing missing, just so we can find out what happened.
Okay. So did you write that down as you were speaking with Miss Boswell?
I did, sir.
All right. And did you record this interview?
I did.
Okay. How did you record it?
I had a digital tape recorder, or digital recorder. It's not a tape recorder, digital recorder that I used.
So you recorded it audio only. Is that correct?
Well, recorded it on paper and recorded it audio.
Okay.
Yes.
I
that's
guess
correct.
I guess to be a little more specific, there was no video recording of this.
No, sir, there wasn't. No.
Okay. You had a chance to listen to that recording of the interview that you did with Ms. Boswell,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and the recording that you listened to, was it a true and accurate recording of your interview with her on February the 23rd of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to make that an exhibit at this time.
No, sir.
Be exhibit 228.
Audio recording.
Yes, Judge. I would ask at this time to publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
February 23rd, 11:22 p.m. I have been sitting down across from you the whole time. What's your full name?
Megan Boswell.
MEGAN?
Yeah. NICOLE.
ICOLE? What's your date of birth?
3/21/01. That girl that hung out with my mom went missing the same time Evelyn did. What if my mom gave her to her? What if you find her and she doesn't want Evelyn back?
I'm just trying to make sure. Hell, I'm just being honest with you. Just do you know that's not what happened?
Oh, you know, but they went missing around the same time.
Who did?
That Steffi girl. I never knew her name, just like I would see her in the car with my mom sometimes. I'm pretty sure they did drugs together, to be honest with you. My mom doesn't really hang out with quality people.
You told me right outside here that on the 14th and the 16th.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened again.
Okay, I just wanted a break,
Thank you.
so I kept Evelyn for.
So did you call your mom? Okay. Do you remember what day it was? Was it?
I don't, to be honest with you.
Tell me what had happened that day. Why it was that you decided on that day you wanted a break.
I was just really tired, going to work every day and coming back. I just wanted a break.
So where was your baby at? Had been staying at before while you were gone, you were working at the chicken shack?
Yeah. Either with the mommy or babysitter.
So I was working at the chicken shack. My mom or my
Oh, mommy.
old mommy.
No, I mean, oh, mommy for the first one. I'm a babysitter. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Old mommy or babysitter.
I don't know why there's a couple times my mom did watch Evelyn just because, like, her mom and then we go.
Child. Was old mommy keeping the child all the way up to the 14th and the 16th?
I went back and forth between people because sometimes she wouldn't feel good and, like, sometimes babies were going to watch her and it was just a mess.
But she kept her
A lot.
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Can we just start there and then pick this over real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I called my mom just because I wanted a break. She told me that I heard what we were going to do that night.
Call my mom. Cause I need a break. This was sometime between December
Yeah.
14 and 16. So did your mom come to where you were, which was where?
That's right. She wasn't supposed to know I was staying there, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over and like that I couldn't stay there anymore and he wouldn't like help me out or anything like
My
that.
mom came to my trailer. How did you call your mom?
On the phone.
All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
A phone. And the number
I don't remember anymore, to be honest with you.
is the number
She's had like 10 different phones since then. I just,
that Jude, who Jude?
this guy that they live with.
Now, you don't remember the number? Okay.
I'm sorry, like she's had 10 different numbers since then. I remember 3 of them, the rest of them just kind of, I just don't remember.
So you called her, what time was it she came over?
Not time. It wasn't too long after I was working for like 7.
So you got off work?
Yeah.
And you went over to the trailer?
Mhm.
To the trailer.
What happens if we don't find Evelyn? Am I gonna get her back or if the person wants to keep her?
Let's work on finding her. Okay,
Can you give me a phone number?
I will. I'll do my best to find out what we can do. I got off work and went to the trailer. That's where you called your mom from?
I thought I went to work. My car, well, the cruise had
The way
like
home from work?
yeah, it had like a touch screen where you could just hit like phone, contacts, whatever. Like you didn't have to like pick up your cell phone. You know what I'm saying?
You had the number that you had back then. What was the number?
My 579 number.
On the way home.
Like I said, my car had like a touch screen where you could plug your phone up and it'd be like contacts, calls, like I'm talking about. It had like Apple Play right on the car.
Apple. I called. Car.
Okay, I told her I just wanted a break. I was supposed to get one the next day.
You mean you're supposed to get her the next day
Supposed to pick her up the next day.
from your mom?
Mm-hmm.
So mom comes over there. What's she driving? Who's she with?
She's with Will. I don't remember what car they were, to be honest with you. It was dark. It was a little sedan, if that matters for me.
Who's with?
Her boyfriend. You know that.
Will, what's his last name? Small sedan, color, you know anything? What color was it?
It was a dark car, and it was not dark. And unfortunately, it didn't work at the time, so I didn't like it then. door for maybe like 10 seconds, handed Evelyn to her, and then went back in.
Your mom didn't come in and try it?
Mhm.
So what was Evelyn wearing when what was your mom?
I already told you about the little
I wasn't in there.
it's a little hot pink type tracksuit, the matching belt and shoes. It's a Puma tracksuit.
Had she been wearing this all day?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Does that make it bad because she's wearing it? all
No.
day? No,
so-
she was wearing it all day.
Evelyn was wearing
She didn't get dirty, so I didn't change her.
a small,
A Puma
a Puma
tracksuit. It's hot pink.
track suit.
It's hot pink and she had a belly match. And the shoes.
Huh?
With shoes that matched too.
Shoes were pink.
Mm-hmm. They were Puma
Thank you,
shoes.
Sonia. Thank you,
Matched the tracksuit.
Dolly and PJ, for everything you do. Thank you for the donation. That is awesome. Sorry I missed it. I'm trying to multitask this morning.
Okay, so she takes her
What
dress.
time had you picked? So had old mommy had her that day?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Tina G.
To be honest with you,
Welcome on the train.
Mommy kept it
That is
full.
awesome.
Babysitter kept it for a little bit. I just can't, honest God, remember which one I picked her up from. I think it was a mommy.
How did she get from old mommy to the babysitter?
I left work.
When?
I don't remember when, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, it's tired, I'm sleepy.
Who was the babysitter?
So,
You left work like around lunch or when?
it was after lunch. I really don't remember the exact time, to be honest with you.
You realize that's important though, right? I mean, these details are very important for us to try to find the child. Also kept it. I left work sometime.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay, so mom picks her up.
hold on. And then he picked up Evelyn. Took her to Sue's trailer, house. What's she live in?
I think it's a double wide. I think you consider it a double wide.
Home. Tell me this. Why did you have to pick her up from old mommy and take her to Sue's? Why for the change?
Mom would get tired of watching it.
So did old mommy call you and tell you she was tired that day?
She's old, she's 70 years old.
So she called and told you, I'm tired, I can't watch her.
Mhm. She never meant it in a bad way.
Mommy called. Me that day.
Yeah, I used to
Did
do
you
that
know
too.
that there are lots of
I was
killers?
there and I was gone longer than I was supposed
She
to.
was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to see. I left work to do that. Did you call Sue before you took her over there?
Mhm. Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
Huh?
Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
So, you think so then you must have picked her up from Sue that day.
Like I said, I really don't remember who hit her first and who dropped her off.
I know, but at this point, we're confident that old mommy had her, that you picked her up and took her to Sue. You wouldn't have taken her back to old mommy at any point in time.
Yeah.
Sonya
Right.
gifted 5 memberships.
So
If you
you went and picked her up from Sue on that day.
Can we get back how long?
We can as soon as we get this finished up.
Okay,
All right, so what time did you pick her up from Sue?
whenever I got off work.
And make sure you hit the like as you come in, please. We got 735 in the room. Make sure you like it. And if you could, please share it on your Facebook.
Only 6:30.
So you pick her up at 6:30. Anybody with you?
Mhm.
It's you.
Mhm.
Nobody at Sue's.
I don't know if her husband was there or not. I didn't see him. Sue still has Evelyn's pack and play to City Cup and some of the clothes.
From that day.
Yeah. I haven't back in home.
So you had taken that from old mommy's to over there that day?
My mommy never kept a pack and play there.
Okay, so did Sue have this that day? She already had it?
Yeah, but it was Evelyn's pack and play. It's like pink, got flowers on it. Well, like the insert of the bed playpen is pink and it's got like the edges of it's like white and it's got pink roses on it.
Okay.
Like, have you seen a pack and play?
Mhm.
I'm assuming you have a kid, okay? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the design or whatever around it.
Yeah.
On the very top part, like that part, it's like a very co pack and play. It's
Yeah.
white with pink roses.
Yeah, but Sue,
Already has a pack and play.
Okay.
I've left it there before.
Yeah.
And some
so
clothes.
she had clothes, so,
And she maybe had a
but
couple
you had
tools.
dressed Evelyn that day, right?
Yeah.
In this Puma outfit.
Yeah.
So she didn't change clothes or anything like that.
Well, no, Sue still has clothes that I dropped off there for Evelyn.
No
because
problem.
they could change.
So you pick up Evelyn.
Yeah.
Right, 6:30. Did you call your mom from when you were going from Evelyn's house or Sue's house to your trailer?
Mhm.
Okay. Tell me this. Were you or were you not living with Hunter at the time?
On and off.
On and off.
Mhm. I wasn't necessarily like living there, but I stayed a couple nights there. Okay, so mom picks Evelyn up.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're going to Mendota. I'm like, okay.
So wait a minute. So your mom doesn't come inside. So is this conversation you're having with your mom, is it standing at the door?
She's like, we're going to Mendota. I'm like, here's Evelyn's stuff, Bob. Like, it was really quick.
Okay, how far is Mendota?
I don't know. I've never been. How far is Mendota? Do you know?
I don't. The reason I'm asking though is did you ask like, does she need a toothbrush? Or not a toothbrush, but does she need like overnight stuff?
I did send her overnight stuff. Mom was supposed to go overnight. I was supposed to go the next morning.
Okay, so you had a bag that you gave to your
It wasn't a
mom.
bag. It was a little basket.
It was a basket.
It's blue. It had like diapers and like I gave like some
Did
milk.
Will get out of the car and come with her to the door?
No.
Okay, so when my mom came to the door,
Mhm.
okay, were you planning on your mom keeping her that night?
Mhm.
Okay,
So I sent overnight stuff.
when mom came to the door, did you tell her that on the phone?
Yeah, she knew.
Okay,
She was aware. So I was going the next day.
into the door. I gave her basket
It was a blue basket. Does that matter?
that was blue.
Does that matter at all?
It had overnight clothes.
Yeah. Well, anytime I ever take Evelyn anywhere, I sent with extra clothes. Because babies get dirty.
Overnight clothes
Diapers, milk.
and extra clothes. It also had
You're really thorough.
diapers and milk.
Yeah.
What kind of milk?
All milk.
Whole milk, not any kind of formula or anything like that. She just drank whole milk.
Yeah, around 9 months old, like, she started spitting formula back up. So I switched her on whole milk. My pediatrician told me not to, but like, she never spit up again and she was fine, so I just kept her on whole milk.
Just whole milk. Did you put some kind of cold thing in there to keep the milk cold?
Mhm. I gave it to her like out of the, whatchamacallit, the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Please bear with me. I can't remember.
My mom. Milk. Right out of the fridge.
Should I not have done that?
I don't know. I don't know where she was going or what the deal was. So what did your mom say to you when she left?
That I didn't even know the girl.
Okay. My mom said,
I didn't even know the girl.
tomorrow, pick her up. So at some point, she's got to tell you where she's going.
Mendota.
I know that, Megan, but it's important about how and when she told you. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the conversation, while you were on the phone, or at the door, or at the end?
We were on the phone. She told me her little got Mendota from now.
Yeah. Her and Will, we're going to Mendota.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's no witnesses that she did it.
said we're going over there.
There's no DNA
Did she
right
see
yet.
somebody, or what did she say?
I mean, I just assumed camp. I'm not gonna lie to you. They always camped out there. Will has a camper.
At Mendota? What's it look like?
I've never seen it, to be honest with you. It's just a camper. I think it's at Jude's now. Or was that Jude's? It's just a camper.
What kind of camper?
A camper. I've never laid eyes on it to tell you that it was camper. Like what kind of camper it was or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Did your mom say we were going camping? What
I don't know anywhere else she could stay in Mendota. Other than that camper.
I understand that, but what else did she say?
That was it. I was literally like, here's Evelyn, here's your stuff, see you, Bob. It was a quick exchange. It's like along like Wholesome River, I guess. That's what my dad told me.
How'd your dad know?
Because my mom got like a trespassing charge because she like walked over property one day, like in Scott County. But he was like, that river flows through Mendota. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knows what he's talking about. I guess. What time is it?
I'm not really sure. So, your mom leaves.
The next day she comes. So And she's mad. That's
What
she-
time?
In the morning.
I mean, were you still in bed?
You know, I was out there, I was getting ready
You were getting ready for,
for work.
so what day was that? Huh?
The 15th and the 17th. And she's like, oh, but like, you don't deserve Evelyn in your bad mom. Like, she's just my better, is going to treat her better, take care of her better. She kept telling me stuff like, oh, like, you don't deserve her.
I said Evelyn was with.
Somebody who would take better care of her. She'd be happy with. Do you think I was a bad mom?
I didn't say that. I don't know that anybody said that. You know why? Because we don't know what happened. And Megan, I'm not sitting here saying this isn't feasible, but I'm confident that you know more than what you're saying to me. That's all. I'm not sitting here saying this isn't. I'm confident that you know
I don't know more than what I'm telling
at the minimum your mom has told you where this child is. At the minimum,
I think it's somewhere in the better.
take better care. Somebody who would take better care.
Do you know the day that yelled in that press release or whatever? She kept trying to take me back up there, and I told her, I was like, look, you just give her to me. I was like, so help me God, I will not bring your name into it. I will walk my ass up there with that one on my head and be like, it's mad at my dad, and don't want to see the baby, like, you know, think of some bullshit. And I was like, I will let them just see the baby. I was like, you're taking me to her, just tell me.
I want you to listen to what you just said.
Um,
Your mom kept trying to take you back up there.
But she wouldn't tell me why.
Megan, that is not feasible whatsoever.
Why do you think that's not?
Why would your mom say, I want to take you up there, but wouldn't say this is where
Well,
that
she wouldn't
kid
tell me
is?
that's where we were going. That's just where the road signs were pointing to. She was taking me somewhere way up in.
Karen Johnson.
The road signs were like pointing towards Mendoza.
Okay. And you didn't go?
No, because she wouldn't tell me. She just kept telling me that I don't need to talk to you all, that I need to like go with her and just like leave the whole situation and stuff like that.
And you and she told you that you needed to know where the child was.
No, she never mentioned.
Why else would she be taking you?
She wouldn't tell me. I kept asking, she wouldn't answer me.
That makes no
And then I
sense.
told her that if she didn't take me, drop me off back up there and talk to you all, she read the press release that I was gonna call and be myself and you come get me.
She told me that somebody who would take better care, Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. She told you that next morning there.
No,
What else?
that I didn't deserve Evelyn. That I was a bad mom, not going to support her. She told me who she was with after.
She told you what?
That who she was with after.
That the person or the people?
The person she would have loved her. And if she was safe, we would want for anything.
He is such a fake.
Then if I loved my child, I'd let her have a better life.
Oh my God. My volume or the court volume?
I love my child. What?
I would let her have the better life. But she had with me.
That's as loud as it will go. Volume is all the way up.
Did your mom bring you any money?
No,
Just ask.
the only time she's ever given me money is when me and her start hanging out and she's hanging out.
I think it's just a video.
Down in the cars and you know, gas and her and everybody.
No, I'm talking about this son right here.
No,
Okay.
no, she never had any money.
What else did your mom tell you?
That's it. She just kept repeating those same like phrases over and over again.
Yeah, she's mumbling.
Just kept on saying, I wanted Evelyn to have a good life and wasn't with me. Sorry.
I just want to know why you didn't tell us this in the first place.
Because when she's happier, she doesn't want to be with me.
Megan,
Everybody keeps telling me I'm a bad mom and she'd be better off with anybody but me.
I want to know something.
What?
Do you think Evelyn is alive? You do. Are you confident of that? You're shaking your head yes. Does that mean yes?
Yeah,
Megan,
just don't know what they're
Megan, I want you to know something.
doing.
If Evelyn is alive and she's okay, it's okay. Okay. And I even go back to the fact that if she's not, and something just accidentally happened, it happens. It's sad, but it happens. I can't go out here though and find this child, no matter how it is, and turn around and make it okay. If when I talk to the people, they say, Megan knew this. Do you understand that? And I'm telling you, that's more feasible than you don't know at this point because Marty told a couple of different stories. If you know where the child is, I need to put my hands on it so that I can help you with this. You need to tell me, honey.
I don't have an exact idea. I just think someone had been down in the mom was out with that kid.
That your mom hangs out with. Tell me who your mom hangs out with.
Nobody else heard me about the mom. Rder.
What names do you know?
You're gonna have to give me a second, I think. There's like Travis, Tristan, DOLLY, Rder.
These are all people in Mendoza.
No. I don't know anybody that she knows me in Mendoza. My mom has little like sketchy friends and they move around a lot. And Will has little sketchy friends and move around a lot.
I really am trying to help, honey.
Did you find her there money to ever get back?
I'm just telling you. This is the problem. The only problem is that this is, I know that you want to sit here and say, hey, this first part or whatever, but if that story was true, there's no reason why you wouldn't have told me the whole thing or told those guys the whole thing the first time. Before I get up from this chair, I need to know every bit of this.
I'm telling you everything I know. Even when we started hanging out again, that's just all she would tell me.
You do realize, Megan, that I know that you sat in that seat up there and you told those guys the last time that was everything you knew. But it wasn't, was it?
Thank you for being a member, Rachel.
I'm really taking a lot of time. Sorry, I'm thinking about you.
And make sure y'all guys hit the like button. Let's see if we can get those up to 700. And then once you like it, shout out in the chat room where you're watching from. All right?
This shows that
Hey, hit that like first.
What are you going to do?
I know that.
See, I gotta sit here and believe you, honey. I also believe that you feel confident that your child is still alive.
Right? Was that a bad thing?
No. But what the bad thing is if you have an idea of where it's at and you're not telling me.
I know a general area.
All right, where?
Mendota. That's the general area.
You know what I mean.
I don't know exactly this section of Mendota, like that one.
I feel pretty confident that your mom probably would have said she's here or she's with so-and-so.
She never gave me a name. The only coincidence I could think of that was really like, oh, that's weird. It's like that girl that mom used to hang out with just kind of disappeared, like almost exactly when I was doing. And the day mom got arrested, like she messaged him on Facebook and just went back into like whatever. Mom never said people, so it's person. Like singular. Not like
Why is it? Would you have said that if you didn't know?
said one.
Person?
No, she never said people, it was always person. It was always the person who has it. It wasn't like, oh, the people were like, you know what I mean? It's always like one person.
Just listen. We'll go to the ends of the earth for this kid. Okay. But I'm telling you right now, lots of problems. If what you're telling me is a made-up story,
Okay,
you've done this twice.
okay,
You can't do this.
okay,
All right?
okay.
I know you're young, but you're now an adult. And I'm willing to tear every word up and tear this paper off and take another statement from you and forget it.
I appreciate that.
I would. I would sit right here because I don't want to see you at the age of 18 ruining your life. If an accident happened to this child, I'm willing to write it down. If you know where your child is, I'm willing to write it
Accidents
down.
never happened to Evelyn where she bruised her face or something while she was walking.
I'm willing to write down what happened.
I told you.
And if there's more that you know, I've got to know.
There's not. I just have theories, and I told you that. Like
And
I
this
said,
is it.
that one girl that went missing around the same time Evelyn did, like my mom hung out.
Do you know the child to be with that girl?
No, but don't you think it's weird they went missing around the same time? And literally, like almost down to the moment my mom was arrested, she talked to somebody.
What's the girl's name?
Happy birthday.
Do I need to find a ride home for me and Christy? Thank you, Lord. Can I ask you something?
Listen,
What if my mom told this girl that she was adopted Evelyn? Would you get her back? Because somebody there told me no. If they thought that under the pretenses of adoption, you couldn't get her back.
I don't think your mom has the right to let her be adopted out.
Well, still,
Her name is what?
Lucy Steffi.
Spell Steffi.
I think it's STEFY maybe. I'm sorry if I spelled her last name wrong.
I was working at the chicken shack. Old mommy or the babysitter was keeping the child. I called my mom because I needed a break. This was sometime between December 14th and 16th. My mom came to my trailer. My mom had a phone, and the number is the number that Jude has
It was
now.
always Jude's phone, she just used it. Does that matter? They shared a phone.
It was
Sorry, I didn't catch that one.
always Jude's phone. My mom shared it with Jude. Right? I got off work and went to the trailer. I had the 579 number. I called my mom on the way home from work. My car had Apple Play, and I called her from the car. I told her I just wanted a break.
Well, technically, I called her from the babysitter's house, but to me, that's still on the way from work. So if you get down here, you're like, oh, well, you called from Sue's house, like, that means the same thing to me.
But you called her from the car, right?
Right.
And on your phone.
Right.
Okay. I told her I just wanted a break. My mom came to the trailer with Will McLeod in a small sedan. It was a dark car and it was dark outside. My mom did not come in the trailer. I handed Evelyn to her while she was outside. Evelyn was wearing a Puma track suit that was hot pink with a bow to match. The shoes were pink Puma and matched the suit. Old mommy had kept the child that day. The babysitter, Sue, also kept her that day. I left work sometime in the afternoon and picked up Evelyn. I took her to Sue's home that I think is a double wide, right?
I mean, I don't know what you call it, it's just looks like double line. But it's not as long as double line. What do you want me to do?
Initial right here, so that I don't add anything to your statement.
Okay. Right here.
You see where I've marked this out?
Yeah.
Initial everywhere where I marked that and that out.
Above it?
Here's the initial right here where we added this. And initial right here at the bottom. So I don't add anything to your statement. All right. Old mommy called. Me that day and said she was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. I called Sue and asked her to keep Evelyn that day. I went to Sue's and picked up Evelyn after work, which was around 6:30 p.m. I called my mom on my way from Sue's to my trailer. When my mom came to the door, I gave her a basket that was blue. It had overnight clothes and extra clothes. It also had diapers and milk, which was whole milk. I gave my mom the milk right out of the fridge. My mom and I could meet her tomorrow. My mom said I could meet her tomorrow and pick her up. When I called her to ask her, I'm going to say Evelyn, and pick Evelyn up. When I called her to ask her to keep Evelyn, she told me that her and Will were going to Mendota. I assumed they were going camping because Will has a camper, and that is why I assumed that. My mom called the next morning. I was getting ready for work. It was either the 15th or the 17th. My mom said that I was a bad mom and that I did not deserve Evelyn. My mom said Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. My mom said I did not deserve Evelyn. She said I was a bad mom and could not support her. All that right? Where I work things out?
Right here.
Mhm. My mom said that the
You're
person
welcome, guys.
she, Evelyn,
Make sure you
was
like
with
it.
loved her. My mom said she was safe and would not want for anything. My mom said that if I loved my child, I would let her have a better life than she would have with me. A friend of my mom's went missing around the same time Evelyn went missing. Her name is Lucy Stephanie. Is that right? Initial right there at that. Initial at the very end. Now sign and date, please.
What's this?
Good question. 24.
Oh, if I can remember.
Mhm. 20. Okay.
Did you want to tell me that? How was it?
It's a good question. Oh, 8 a.m. I'm pretty sure, I'm just thinking. Megan. Oh, mommy quit touching the baby before that.
No. She must have her dates wrong, but she didn't know it. I know for a fact that she didn't know it. Because I had nobody else to watch her except for 2 people. Mom is also 78 years old. And calls me the wrong name almost every time I see her.
I mean, I call my kids the wrong name half the time. That
And my
doesn't mean
dad.
there's anything wrong with my
And
mind.
then when I was going in and out of there, my dad's like, oh, I didn't see her after Thanksgiving. And like, he literally like actually has pictures of her after Thanksgiving. Or she used to forever that one time that she had.
I don't want us to get up from this chair and miss any opportunity. I've got an 18-year-old daughter. It worries me that if I said us get up from this chair and that there's more knowledge in your head,
There's not.
that I can, and
if
I can
I
help
think
fix,
of
that I can
anything-
help fix this problem
I'm not.
that I can't get.
If I think of anything, I'm like, oh, like, you know,
You
I
need
just
to
thought
think
it
of it
was-
right now.
I can't think what it was right now. It's just like 12:08, like, what's your thing?
Your child's missing. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your child. Okay? Anything else? Sure.
Are you gonna go to Kristen?
Right.
Okay. Are you taking this home or somebody else?
I'll either take you home or get somebody. Give me just a minute.
Is it gonna be like a squad, like, taking this home?
Hold on.
Okay.
We'll make it a good, safe ride home. 12:11 a.m.
That was loud. Hit the like if you're just tuning in, guys. If we can get up to 1,000 likes today. I hear it's snowing here. Give me a second. Let me go look.
Agent Will Hoyer, we could kind of tell as you were speaking with Ms. Boswell, you writing that statement down
Yes, sir.
on a pad. Okay. Did you go over that statement with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow her to correct or make any changes to what you were writing down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that indicated on the statement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the end of the statement, did you have her sign and date it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign and date it as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you took this statement, you started talking with her, I guess, shortly before midnight on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then you finished, I believe you turned off the recording at 12:11 a.m. on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's snowing pretty good here. No wonder it's so cold.
Agent Will Hort, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the statement that you took from Megan Boswell on the February 23rd into February 24th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognize her signature at the end of that statement?
Yes, sir.
And do you sign that as well?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we'd move to make that Exhibit 229.
The full exhibit 229 over the
It's cold today.
Agent Will Hoyt, during the course of your all's investigations, you all ever receive or discover any evidence that Evelyn had been given to another person in Mendota, Virginia?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning, Agent Will Hoyt. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. You took this statement on February the 23rd. It appears it started up into the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
How long had Megan been at the sheriff's department that day prior to that statement being taken? You know?
I don't.
Did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
The statement, the subject matter of the statement, obviously you're aware that several other statements had been taken from her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're in charge of the field office in Johnson City, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means you review and sign off on everything that's done in every case.
In the field division, yes, sir.
So everything that Agent Gratz is doing, you're reviewing and you're signing off on.
Yes, sir.
So You were aware that she had been interviewed several times prior to your interview.
Several being, I guess, I don't know, but yes, she had been interviewed prior to that, Mr. Scott. You are correct.
Okay. And your interview was essentially a continuation on the same subject matter of the prior interviews.
Could you repeat the question?
Your interview was a continuation of the subject matter of the prior interviews, being the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Well, it was a different interview, but I guess I was questioning her about Evelyn, which I think was the subject of every interview.
Sure. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Actually, no, I can ask one more thing. Were you aware that the TBI had provided Megan with a cell phone on the 23rd?
I apologize, Mr. Scott. I can't recall that. I believe that was the case, yes. But I don't know. I don't know the details of that. I'm sorry.
So you don't know that cell phone could have been used to track her to see if she'd went to the location after the 23rd where the body was found? If you know.
I don't.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
For the state is.
Judge, yes, I would ask that he be subject to recall, but free to leave the courthouse.
Agent Woodward, your testimony right now is over. However, you are subject to being recalled. You don't have to stay at the courthouse. Just make sure we can get a hold of him and get you here soon.
Yes, sir.
All right, next.
State would call Special Agent Paul Durant.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Paul Durant.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I swear.
truth.
Please tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
My name is Paul Durant. I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned to the Johnson City RA.
Okay. And is your last name spelled Durant?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for about 5.5 years.
Okay. And you stated your title was special agent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a brief description of your current duties with the FBI?
So as a special agent with the FBI, I'm primarily assigned to investigate crimes against children. So anything with sexual exploitation, kidnapping, human trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of your education?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's degree in finance that I attained from the University of Central Florida. I have a second bachelor's degree in biomedical science, which I also attained from the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And during the time you were employed with the FBI, were you asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
I was.
What were you tasked with doing at that time?
So the FBI in general was tasked with supporting our local and state partners. We did anything from interviews to phone extractions to assisting interviews outside of the state. Primarily, my responsibility was reviewing all of our documentation and looking for any patterns and things like that.
Okay. When you say documentation, are you referencing digital documentation or other items?
Mostly digital documentation, as well as like interviews and notes and stuff like that from the other investigative agents.
Okay. And from the time you first assisted until now, have you continued to receive training in the area of forensic examination of digital devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what type of training you've received?
I received training through the FBI as part of the computer analyst response team technician, as well as the digital evidence examination technician.
Okay. When you say response team, what does that mean exactly?
Essentially, like any of the response teams, are teams that can be deployed. We can go to search warrants. For example, like we call it CART for short. The CART team would join investigative agents in the field. We would examine any computers that were on and available during the time, as well as cell phones, and then bring those back to our office for further examination and extraction.
Karen is about to attack this police
computer
officer in the
analysis
most...
response team.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe about 3 years now.
Okay. And have we sufficiently covered your training regarding digital evidence, or is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
So that's the majority of my training with digital evidence.
Does the FBI utilize forensic digital evidence equipment to aid you in your investigations?
Yes. So we have several different forensic softwares that are FBI approved, as well as specific devices to help us extract and image electronic devices.
Okay. And we'll briefly go into what the FBI utilizes. When it comes to cellular devices like telephones, what would a digital analysis entail regarding cell phones?
So regarding cell phones, we do what we call extractions of cell phones. So we'll use a forensic software to extract different data from the cell phones. There's several different extraction methods that you can use. Three main ones. The first one is kind of a logical extraction. Essentially what that does is we ask the cell phone, what can you provide us? And the cell phone will provide us X data. The next analysis that we can do or extraction that we can do is called a file system extraction. That's kind of where our software goes into the cell phone and then tries to pull as much data as we can from that cell phone. The last extraction that we can perform is called a physical extraction. Essentially, that is a bit-for-bit copy of whatever that electronic device is.
Okay. And just so we know, when you say extraction, do you mean taking the information off of that device to be able to utilize what you're looking at?
By extraction, yes, we don't take anything physically off of that device, but we make a copy of those items on that device and put it onto another, like electronic storage media. Okay. So we're not changing anything on the device. We have different methods that ensure that we have made a what we call a forensic copy of that device.
So it's essentially a copy of what was on that device.
Correct.
Okay. Can you, and you've done this a little bit, can you tell the jury how that's done? How does a technician take that copy from a cellular device and put it into another place?
Yeah, so we'll connect that electronic device up to like our computers and our forensic extraction software. We use things like write blockers to ensure that no information from our devices or our computer is transferred over to the cell phone. Once the data is extracted from that device, we'll go ahead and ensure that a copy has been made, a forensic copy. We do that through hash verification. There's two different ones that we use. One is MD5 hash, and the other one is SHA-256 hash. Essentially, what a hash is like a fingerprint of that electronic device. It just shows that we made a exact forensic copy of that content. Okay. Once that content is created, we transfer that to another electronic storage medium, whether that's a USB drive, whether that's just any kind of external media drive. And then we run a hash verification to ensure that that copy was not altered during that transfer process.
Okay.
That is typically what is done best practice.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what types of...
Oh, here we go. Good morning, TGK. Thanks for being here with us. This dude looks nerdy as hell. Hate to say it.
Have just a moment, Your Honor.
No, y'all had plenty of moments.
Okay. Agent Durant, have you previously performed digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you previously performed analysis of social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that he be made an expert in the area of forensic analysis of digital devices.
That's 4 hours. Sir, how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI for about 5.5 years, since September of 2019.
And in that time, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in court? Or have you?
I don't believe I've been qualified as one as per a digital evidence extraction. So I've been qualified in the areas of child investigation, like child crime investigations.
But as far as digital forensics, you have not been qualified previously?
No, I don't believe so.
And if we could go back to your training, if you would go over that again with me, specifically as it relates to digital forensics, what training do you have?
In terms of digital forensics, so I have two trainings that I attended to. One was the computer analyst response team technician. Essentially, that is the one that I explained that you kind of go out there and you're able to collect those electronic devices and then kind of take them back, prepare to do like the digital extraction portion.
Okay. And how long was that course?
So that course was 2 weeks.
Okay. What other training do you have?
So I also am authorized as a digital evidence examination technician. Essentially what that one is that's the actual like extraction process of being able to extract the data and search through the data for information, evidence of crime.
Did you go to a course for that?
Yes.
How long was that course?
It was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah. So both courses were 2 weeks long.
You have specialized training in the software you're using?
In the software?
Yes.
Yeah, we were shown how to use the software, and we use that software in our cases.
Okay. When you say you were shown how to use the software, what type of training do you actually have with the software?
That was part of that training program where we actually get the software, we review what the software can do, and then we use that in order to extract digital evidence.
And your formal education background is a degree in finance and a degree in biomedical science?
Yes.
Do you have any formal education as far as college or anything like that as it relates to digital forensics, downloading phones, so forth?
No college experience with that, no.
Thank you. Good approach. Agent Grant.
Yes.
During the course of your career, how many of these digital forensic analysis have you performed?
I have extracted and analyzed, I would say, approximately 30 cell phones or mobile devices, kind of cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And in terms of computers, probably about another 20 for computers in terms of like laptops, external hard drives, and things like that.
General, what field were you asking if you have any qualified specifically?
In forensic analysis of digital devices.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. He'll be declared to be an expert in forensic analysis of digital devices.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Based on his training and
Okay. So we're going to back up just a few questions back to the cellular. I believe you were testifying as to the cellular phone analysis and software that the FBI used. I believe we talked about the types of data that can be, and I think that was actually my next question. When we're talking about cellular phones or cellular devices, can you tell the jury what types of data can be obtained from an extraction of a cellular device?
Yes. So extractions of cellular devices can provide a a lot of different data, such as images, videos, text messages. You could do web searches, GPS, pretty much anything that could be stored on a cell phone can be found through an extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And is every cell phone the same, or are you able to obtain duplicate copies of, like, say, two individuals have Facebook on their phones? Do you always get full records on each device, or can that be different depending on the device itself?
It really depends upon the device, depends upon what the software update is. If some have older software versus newer software updates, there's a lot of different factors that can play into what can be extracted from an electronic device. In terms of social media, when you're extracting social media information from the device, it's only the information that is found on it. So a lot of social media companies will store stuff in like the cloud or off of your cell phone. So when you do an extraction, you may only get a couple of days of social media conversations. You may get more, you may get less, you may not get any at all. It really just depends upon the extraction method used and the data that was stored on the actual electronic device.
Okay. Do you also, as part of your training and experience, also analyze social media extractions based on search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Do those tend to offer more information than pulling social media directly from a cellular device?
Yes. So information that you obtain through a search warrant for a social media company is going to have a more complete record of the conversations and the activity on that account, as opposed to one that is pulled from an electronic device.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why that is?
So kind of like I stated before, the information that you're going to get from an extraction of an electronic device is only going to be the information that's found on that device when you do the extraction. So, so one of the things that we do when we do an extraction is we put, like, for example, the cell phone in airplane mode. And in airplane mode, the cell phone is not able to communicate with any of the servers, the social media servers. So it's just whatever's on that device at that time is what you can get. However, when you do legal process through social media, they have access to all the information that they would store. All that information that would be on a cloud account can then be provided to law enforcement through legal process.
Okay. You may have already asked this when the judge asked you these questions. Have you previously performed a digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you also performed analysis of computers?
Yes.
And what about social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
And were you provided with digital extractions in the case we're here on today?
I was.
Okay. Do you know what types of digital extractions you were provided with?
Yes. So the two main ones were a few cell phone extractions as well as social media search warrant returns.
Okay. Were any of those directly linked to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What were you specifically asked to do with the information that you were given?
I was asked to review the social media search warrant proceeds from Ms. Boswell's Facebook account and Instagram account.
Okay. And tell us what proceeds are.
Proceeds. So when you submit a search warrant to social media companies, essentially what they send you back is the proceeds of that warrant. So when I say search warrant proceeds, I mean all the information that's Facebook or Instagram or any social media has provided the law enforcement officer.
Okay. And were you actually able to perform an analysis on the defendant's social media that was provided to you?
Yes, I reviewed both the Facebook and Instagram accounts.
Okay.
So that Celebrate technology, that wipes everything that's on your phone, and then them search warrants are what they get. Like if you took it off your phone, then they get it right from Facebook or Instagram. You can never delete nothing really off of your phone. We learned that in the Karen Reed case. The internet is forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go with the officer. Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Okay, we're in recess right this second. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to crush my breakfast this morning and multitask. So I wonder what they needed the break for. Were they looking over something? What did he object to? What's for breakfast? I'm eating eggs, sausage, toast, turkey sausage. I don't eat regular sausage anymore. I'm trying to, be healthy. So I got some turkey sausage, I got some eggs and some toast and some grits. They're discussing, is this expert an expert? I can look at this guy right now and tell he's an expert. He is the nerdiest looking guy I've ever seen in my life. If you can look like that and not be an expert, something's wrong with you. He looks like he should be on Revenge of the Nerds. What's a grit? Damn, Madonna, we can't be friends. You don't know what grits are? I don't even know what they are. It's food. Something edible. I just know they're grits. I don't know what they're made of. They're made of grits. You don't have grits in England? They're made of corn. Is that what it is? Grits are made from ground corn. Okay, thank you guys. I learned something new. I had no damn clue to what grits were. I eat them. I just don't know what they are. With the right stuff in them, they're delicious. Cornmeal. Okay. Let's break them out. They need to be heated up. They were sitting on my front porch from the Uber Eats driver. Let's give them a little taste. You never tried grits? They're like a creamy, pasty kind of substance. And people put bacon in them. Some people put cheese in them. Sausage, different things. Christy says flavorless. It depends what you put in them. You put stuff in it to give it flavor. I think it's more of a filler. Like, you're right, grits by itself don't have much taste. But if you put butter and sugar or stuff like that in them, it gives it that taste. And it's more of a filler with your breakfast. It sticks to your ribs. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a rib.
If I could speak briefly.
It fill you up.
Well, first, the state of Tennessee has fulfilled the notice requirement by filing a written notice of intent to introduce these documents, and we were not at any time notified by the defense that they were going to be opposing these. But also under Rule 902, it falls under a self-authenticating documents because it is records of regularly conducted activity. And the case law is clear that a self-authenticating affidavit is sufficient on being able to bring these records in.
The man grew up on his grits. Yeah, I always thought of grits as like poor people do. Grits.
Judges, it relates to the pretrial.
I think that's how it kind of started back in the
reading of Rule 12 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure. Basically sets out 5 things that must be raised pretrial. Defects in the institution of the prosecution, defect in the indictment, so forth, motion to suppress, request for discovery, and a motion to sever. None of those things include this. I've objected because that affidavit is not an affidavit. It's a statement, and it should be sworn to in front of someone who is
Ladybug Grits ain't
qualified to give an oath. And for it to qualify under 902, I think it has to be an actual affidavit sworn to by someone qualified to give an oath.
Everybody's saying it's ground up corn. I didn't never even know that. Grits are good with fried eggs. That's what I ate it with eggs. Eggs, grits, toast.
We would be happy to provide you with a case that allows for this.
Y'all remember that show with Flo? Kiss My Grits?
Sufficient. It's on page 16.
Could I see it?
Yeah.
So you got that copy. You have a copy.
I'm trying to find it. Yep.
Say it says, oh my God, that is old. Mel's Diner. Remember that show? That shows your age right there. Y'all remember that show? You're old, okay? If you remember that show, it's time to pick out your coffin. I am. I'm already picking mine. I'm going to the heart doctor today. Mel's Diner was an Alice spinoff that came later. I'm not that old, Claire. I remember Mel's Diner though. I used to watch all the old shows with my mom. She used to love like Nick at Night, so I would watch My Three Sons, Green Acres, of course, I Love Lucy. Um, the Monkeys. What else I watched? The Beverly Hillbillies, Andy Griffin, all the classics. We're not old, we're seasoned, I guess. Very seasoned. The Monsters, yeah. The Addams Family. I never watched The Land of the Lost. What about Gunsmoke? Y'all remember Gunsmoke? Bewitched. Yeah, I used to watch Bewitched. I Dream of Jeannie.
In looking at the written notice, the certificate of service signed by General Harper says that it was emailed to Defense Council on the 31st day of January 2025.
I watched Get Smart.
Filed February 3rd.
The Brady Bunch. I used to watch the Brady Bunch a little bit. I wasn't a big fan of the Brady Bunch. Fonzie. I remember Fonzie.
Mr. Scott is correct. If it does not appear on this document, notary.
I think everybody watched the Jeffersons. Car 54, Where Are You?
In every other respect,
Three's Company, yeah. Now, my favorite show of all time, and it should be everybody's, Married with Children, okay? I don't know anybody that didn't love that show. Al Bundy was my man. Archie Bunker was good.
Looking at the case that was handed up, State versus Benitez, 2022.
They don't even make good TV shows anymore.
1075. Quoting State versus Ferguson.
WKRP in Cincinnati. That was pretty good.
Must only show with reasonable assurance the identity of the evidence. And the court satisfied that this certificate complies with that standard. So I'm going to overrule the objection and the state of evidence continue. We'll take about 10 more minutes of break. So.
All right, so we still got about 10 more minutes before they come back. Now I can crush this toast with some Welch's jelly, strawberry. That's big ballin', according to Biggie Smalls, okay? I've never seen Yellowstone. I was hooked on what is it, Blacklist, and I got like 2 shows left of the whole show Blacklist. So that's good. If you've never seen Blacklist on Netflix, that's a pretty good show. Hope it sucks. You like Breaking Bad and Blacklist? I like Blacklist. I thought Blacklist was really good. Breaking Bad was okay. Smokey and the Bandit. You love Green Acres? Green Acres was good. What was the pig's name? Wilbur? What about Mr. Ed? Anybody watch Mr. Ed? A horse is a horse, of course, of course. Anybody watch Mr. Ed, the talking horse? You can see how old my crowd is by just by the shows y'all are naming. Carol Burnett. I'm going to start broadcasting from my old folks' home. Live from hospice, it's Dolly, right? It's not that we are old. Just reruns. Yeah, I watched as a kid. You know, I didn't watch some of them shows as they were out because I wasn't even born yet. But I used to sit around with my mom at night, and she would watch Nick at Night all the time. Nickelodeon at nighttime, it would show all the old shows. And it was a good way to hang out with my mom. So I started watching like the Beverly Hillbillies, Green Acres, the Monkees, My Three Sons. Y'all remember that? My Three Sons. I mean, just all of them, all the old classic shows. I used to sit around and watch with my mom. These days I don't. My mom's passed away. She's been dead for some years now. And a lot of that stuff just reminds me of her, you know? So I try to, you know, you don't want to be sad. So I kind of skip past it a lot now, but I have to say some of it is still to this day, some of the best TV that was ever made. I think shows these days are just cheesy. I think back in the day, they put a lot of thought into the shows and a lot of, you know, good directing, a lot of good acting. Now it's like TV just kind of sucks. Daddy Knows Best. I agree, Dolly. Yeah. Sons of Anarchy. I could never get into Sons of Anarchy. You would think I would like that, but I just never really got into it. Your mom passed in 2015. I loved Roseanne. Roseanne was good. You agree? Thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, old TV is the best. Like old movies. Good old movies are like, you know, you can't mess with the old movies, old horror movies, old thriller movies. Just, I don't know. I think special effects. I like old cheesy movies, right? These new special effects and CGI, I'm not really too good with because it looks fake. You know, it looks fake. At least they tried it. The Breakfast Club was a great movie. Okay. I love that movie. I could watch that movie today and it'd still be a good movie. Right? Like the Gremlins or something, you know, just iconic movies that were like, you gotta love them. Like, it don't matter if you watch that movie 20 years from now, it would still be a good movie. Dazed and Confused was good. So there's a bunch of movies like that. Like you could, anytime you could watch the original, like Back to the Future, and it'd be a good movie, you know? The Goonies, really good movie, timeless movie. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, great movie. Okay, that was a great movie. I love that movie. I could probably watch it today. My favorite movie of all times that I've watched more than any movie ever is Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. I used to love Rodney Dangerfield as a kid. Oh my God, Rodney Dangerfield was the man to me. Okay. I liked his wit and his how he felt like people didn't respect him. You know what I'm saying? I just thought he was the man. And for Christmas, somebody sent me a I guess people really do listen to me here on YouTube, because one Christmas somebody sent me a Rodney Dangerfield shirt, back to school. I still have that shirt. I still have it. So, because I told somebody, I was like, yeah, my favorite movie is Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. And somebody sent me the shirt. Stand By Me was a good movie. So was Lean on Me. They used to call me Principal Skinner, but now they call me Batman. Y'all remember that? Okay. Dude, Where's My Car? Christmas Vacation. I used to love all the Chevy Chase movies, especially what was it, Fletch? They had, and then of course National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, Vacation, you know, with Rusty and his wife, and he always had the hots for the chicken, the Ferrari. You know what I'm saying? Good movies. Top Gun was good. Batman. I like the old school Batmans. When Ben Affleck became Batman, that's when I was like, oh, hell no. How do you mess up a superhero movie? He was horrible as Batman. Oh my God. I like Michael Keaton as Batman. He was my favorite Batman. Ghostbusters, great movie. Caddyshack, great movie. Yeah, he old as shit now. He old. Dolly, you go way back. I like Adam Sandler movies. Now they're starting to get stupid. Like in the beginning, Adam Sandler was making really good movies. Now his movies are just like made for TV movies. Like they're shitty. They're not even that good. In the beginning, he was making awesome movies. Another one of my favorite movies is Talladega Nights. And here's the crazy thing is I don't even watch NASCAR, but I love that movie. I love that movie. Super Troopers, okay. I wouldn't say that's like an iconic movie. Why are they disputing her cell phone extractions? I don't know. We might have to ask the glare. You know what I'm saying? He's an expert on how long to die in the cold. I don't even know if he's still in the room, but I seen you up there supporting your girl Karen Reed there, Glare. Good for you. Good for you. At least you're getting out the house and going out to these cases, you know, a lot better than you did when you was covering true crime. At least you're involved now. Okay. So I give you 2 cool points for getting your lazy ass off that chair and going somewhere. Okay. So you get an A for effort. You get an A for effort. Karen's still guilty as hell, but I give you an A for effort. All right. But I don't know why they're disputing the cell phone extractions. Maybe they're trying to say this guy is not an expert. He may not work for Celebrite. He might have found how long to die in the cold on her phone, and it's in debate right now. I don't know. But we'll find out. Little Shop of Horrors was a really good movie. Uncle Buck, that was decent. What about Tommy Boy? Tommy Boy's a good movie. You gotta love Tommy Boy. I love a good comedy movie. Dolly, he cleared him before break. Okay. Dolly Vision, stop picking on him. I wasn't picking on him. I was totally being nice. I could have said really mean things. I was being super nice to that guy. Okay, I was being super nice. Nice as I can be legally, okay? Nice as I can be without hating myself tomorrow. Karen, I love Uncle Buck. It's sitting right now on top of my DVD player. Spaceballs was good. My favorite part is when they were combing the beach. Right, they're out there looking for them. They were combing the beach, and they were out there with them big ass combs. They were combing the beach. I was like, this is so stupid. You love Roadhouse. The new one with Conor McGregor wasn't bad. The Rocky Horror Show was a great movie. They're showing that at a theater up here live. Like they do a little live play skit. I don't know. It's like movie part interaction where you can throw toilet paper and rice and shit, part of the movie. And they do it here every year for like a month long. They do it like every weekend of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Critters. Oh, Lord. Let's see if y'all can see that. Bam! Okay. I love old movies, especially horror movies or anything like that. Gremlins, Critters, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th. I mean, I'm loaded with movie stuff in here. That's one thing there's no lacking of. I got all kinds of stuff from Friday the 13th movies. I even own some of the original film. I own some of the original film of Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm talking about the original copy of it. And this collector stuff. I got life-size Freddy's, Jason's. No, I don't got Jason. I got Beetlejuice, a life-size Beetlejuice. I got a life-size Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He stands 6'5", huge, big as hell. A life-size Freddy, and now I have a life-size Art the Clown. Okay, anybody know who Art the Clown is from the movie Terrifier? Oh my God, it is the grossest movie ever. Okay, they're working on part 4 now, but Terrifier is it's a gore movie. Like it's over the top blood, like shit squirting and organs and stuff getting pulled out. The Puppet Master. Now look, if I could find the little Puppet Master toys, I would so want them. That's a good Christmas gift for me, guys. Right there. Write it down. The little puppets from Puppet Master. Oh my God, I would love to have them. I would love to have them. I don't have anything from Puppet Master either. The last thing I think I added to my collection is I had an artist that painted the Tales from the Crypt guy. So I bought a painting. I've been liking paintings lately too. So that's the first one that I actually spent a little bit of money on, right? Like I was like, oh, I got to have this. I just got to have it. Is this one of those things you got to have? Dolly, can you change the backdrop? What do you want me to change it to? What do you got a problem with the Statue of Liberty collapsing? All right. We take you tired, weak, and hungry. No, we won't. Send them bitches back. Okay. Send them. We ain't got room. They're taking our jobs. Okay. They're taking our jobs. I mean, does that offend you? Does that offend you? Then if it does, it's working. Okay. You know me, I try to piss people off. How about this? Can we go with this one? And I don't like that background. I don't really like that background. Let's go with this one. This one's a little more lively. All right. We'll go with that one. I kind of like the Statue of Liberty one. Oh. All right. But anyway, there you go. Okay, I like that one. All right, there you go. Push over. It don't matter to me. It's just a damn background. I don't care what the hell is behind me. Okay. I only watch one horror movie, The Exorcist. That was it for me. I was 11 and hid behind my mother. I don't like movies about demonic possession because I believe it's real. I do believe people are possessed by the devil. Okay. And I believe in these cults like the Karen Reed cult. So I don't watch a whole lot of demonic possession movies. Like you don't see, like, I don't have nothing from The Exorcist or anything like that. I like slasher movies, right? Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, Art, the Clown, stuff like that. I love a good slasher movie. We're not a cult, free Karen Reed, right? When I see FK Reed, I think it stands for F Karen Reed, but I guess y'all take it as free Karen Reed. But I guess it's one of those logos that can mean either or, free Karen Reed or F Karen Reed. I tend to say F Karen Reed, okay, and her money hungry grubbing ass. But that's just my opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't care if you support Karen Reed here. I'm not a Karen Reed hater. I'm just not a Karen Reed supporter. There's a difference. Okay. I don't hate the lady. I don't got a dog in the fight. If she walks free, it don't affect my life any. Okay. She's not a baby killer. She's a cop killer. I'm more against baby killers than cop killers. Okay. I grew up on the NWA era. F the police. F the police. But no, dude, I do support the guys in blue. It's a very dangerous job. And rest in peace to John O'Keefe. You know, I'm just playing. But I don't really support Karen Reed. I don't support some of the people around Karen Reed. I have nothing against Karen Reed supporters. It's just certain supporters. Tom CPU is going to get you. He offered me candy. Okay. He offered me candy. That was a little weird. Okay. Because I went straight to the jail came out of me. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I've been locked up. There's one thing you don't offer a dude is candy. There's rules about it. I've seen people damn near get killed in jail over some candy. All right. Hey, Chris, thank you for the super sticker. Come on, jump on the Dolly train today. Jump on the Dolly train. I ain't going to offer you no candy. Don't worry. Okay. Grown men offering people candy. That is creepy as hell. And why does Tom CPU look like the dude from Heaven's Gate, the cult? Yeah, I know y'all ain't a cult, right? Karen Reed people in the chat room. But why does Tom look like the dude from Heaven's Gate? Okay, he looks just like the dude from Heaven's Gate coming up talking about you want some candy. Next thing you know, I'll be wearing some black Nikes and be chasing the Hellbot comment. Get away from me, you crazy ass dude. You know what I'm saying? Get your cult activity having ass away from me. So you lost your damn mind. He looks just like the dude from Heaven's Gate. Don't make me pull him up, right? I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy, you know, nothing personal against the dude, you know, nothing personal. He does look like a cult leader, and he's offering other grown men candy. And it's just something you don't do. All right. Oh my God, Dolly. I'm just saying, like, you can't make it up, right? You can't make it up. Just one thing you would never see Dolly do. You'll never see me walk up to another grown man and say, hey, you want a piece of candy? I was ready to fight over that shit. I was like, oh, no. Nah. And look, if you'd have did that in a jail setting, I would have to fight you right then and there. Right then, that moment, we would have to fight in front of everybody. Okay? You might be able to get away with that on the street, and he barely got away with it because I damn near snapped. Then I was like, well, you know, I don't know too many people in Boston who's going to bond me out of jail, right? So I kind of piped it down a little bit. But I was like, you say what? I almost want to go back and look at the expression on my face when he said it. I was like, did this man just offer me a piece of candy? My sugar could have been low. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe he could have been trying to save my life. Looked over and said, damn, you look kind of pale. Maybe your sugar's low. You want a piece of candy? Would have been different. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't what he said. He didn't say, hey, Dolly, your sugar look low. You want some candy or something, you know, to boost your sugar? You know what I'm saying? He walked up and said, hey, you want a piece of candy? I was like, next, you're going to be trying to get my butt cheeks. Okay. That's how it starts. First, it's a piece of candy. Then it's your butt cheeks. Okay. You just can't. He has that I'll get your butt cheeks vibe to him. So no, hell to the no. I will not join your cult. I don't want your Kool-Aid. I don't want your candy. I don't want none of that. Okay. I don't want none of that shit that y'all are handing out up there in Boston. I don't want none of it. Unless it came from that dispensary at the time. Because back then I was smoking. But I haven't smoked in 6 months. So here we are today. My sister was kidnapped and given poison jelly beans. Well, there you go. Okay, there you go. And you got to remember them Heaven's Gate people. They were drinking cyanide. Okay, So I ain't taking no candy from nobody in Canton, Massachusetts. I can tell you that now. You seen I ate that cheeseburger from the two old ladies in Tennessee. I trust two old ladies. I don't trust no Hellbot Comet people. Okay, I just ain't doing it. You can come up to somebody and be like, "Hey, Dolly, you want a cheeseburger?" I'm gonna be like, "Hell yeah, I want a cheeseburger." You come up to me and be like, "Hey, Dolly." Now a woman can come up to me and give me a piece of candy, and I'd tell me like, "Yeah, I want a candy." Would be a big deal. Just as a man, you cannot. As a man, it's man law. Okay, there's a man law. It's under code section 20617-7. Cannot offer another man candy. Okay, you cannot do it. Free Chloe. There you go, free Chloe. So I hate to be teaching y'all man law. A dear snap. Yeah. Take your own candy. I am. Okay. I'm gonna walk up to Tom next time and be like, "Hey Tom, you want this piece of candy? I got something sweet for you, boy." Ready? Hey, listen, y'all Boston people are a little bit too friendly. Okay, y'all a little bit too friendly up there. You end up in a van. Yeah, right. He didn't even have a free candy van. Grits girl save himself. No, you're not. Okay, I'm just kidding. Dolly is on one today. I'm trying to lighten my spirits. I got to go to the heart doctor in a little while, hoping I can live another 100 years. So, PJ, help. Oh, what was I looking for? Jelly. Oh, hold on. Oh, I got some. I thought this was Welch's. Oh, this is Smucker's. Oh, man, I thought I was balling. Yeah, I've seen Christine, the movie. Yeah, of course. I've seen every movie in the history, every good old movie, any good classic movie I've seen. Dolly don't want no smoke. Yeah, there you go. True that. Footloose. That was all right movie. All right, see, he's still on the stand. They ain't turned the audio on yet, guys. If you're thinking, why can't we hear nothing? As soon as they turn it back on, you will know. Terrifier is disgusting. Oh, that movie is so good. It depends which one. The newer ones are better than the old ones because the old ones are so low budget. But the newer ones are starting to get a little bit of a budget and they're starting to be pretty decent as far as horror movies go. Well, slasher movies. It ain't really even a horror movie because there ain't a whole lot of suspense in it.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why something like this is important pursuant to an investigation?
Essentially, why this is important is it shows that the records that we received for the specific count we received it from are accurate.
Okay. All right. That can be passed back down. Thank you.
The bedroom scene. Yeah. Yeah, that was bad.
To your knowledge, do you know who owns Instagram?
Yes. Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta.
Okay. And were you able to conduct an analysis on Facebook and Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay.
Damn.
In reviewing, I guess let me ask you this. Were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions as well as search warrant returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
Yes.
All right, breakfast was pretty good today. Dolly got to eat. And if you're just tuning in, people, hit the like button. Let's see if we can hit 1,000 likes. It's almost lunchtime. I'm usually at 1,000 my lunch. Y'all let me down. Don't do it. $782. Thank you, guys. Let's hit 900 though. We got over 900 people in the room. Let's get them likes up.
I'm going to pass you 2 pages here. Take a look and see if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
So there are conversations that were located on Miss Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay. And is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
Yes.
And who is the other person?
It is Haley Spiro.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of that conversation?
This was on December 8th, 2019.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 231.
Objection. No, sir.
Oh, yeah, by the way, guys, I didn't tell y'all this. I'm going to be putting out some scary stories, like bedtime stories, on my channel, okay? The first one drops tonight, and it's a really good one. So, Dolly bedtime stories, scary bedtime stories. Now, how many people like scary stories? Press 1 if you like scary stories. This channel. I'm going to drop them on this channel.
There's no objection to 231.
You're all for scary stories? All right. Y'all better watch it and like it then.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be scary Dolly stories.
Agent Durant, is this the conversation we were just discussing?
Now, they're
Yes.
voiced over. They're not my voice, but they're scary
Can you
stories.
tell me what
Late at
the
night.
defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
So the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again,
Cool.
I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I'll play you guys a couple minutes of it at lunch. Just so you can get a taste, so you'll know to watch it tonight. Just what I needed, nightmares. It ain't that bad. Just like scary camp stories, you would tell around the campfire.
Judge, those will be subject to my prior objection before it's over.
I'm going to pass you 2 documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what's the date of that conversation?
December 18th, 2019.
Okay. And then for the second page that I handed you, who was the conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232, and for the December 27th date, exhibit number 233.
For the full exhibit subject to the defendant's prior objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Permission to publish. Okay, first we'll go to the December 18th message. Alexia Roop says, "So I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL." And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, "I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another.
I'll
I'm
show you
sorry
our
I've not
thumbnail.
been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off and the only time I really have to meet."
And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation.
That's the thumbnail for my scary
Alexia
stories.
says to the defendant, "You never
I like that
sent
thumbnail.
it." And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, "I honestly have to get a new one. Have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social? And you try that card. I put money on it again."
Coming
And then
tonight.
Alexia says, "Yeah, I can try." And what does the defendant say?
"I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out."
Okay.
Looks great. Thank you. Thank you. A little scary.
Pass you one page and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation from the Facebook warrant between Miss Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? Let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Okay. Permission to publish. Okay. If you could tell us what the defendant says on January
Well, happy
13th,
birthday.
2020.
So the defendant says, I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't know, so I was late to it.
Okay. And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, damn, that sucks. Effed up shit. You could call a retrial. And then what does Megan say?
I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know. And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been looking for a reason to add a little bit of horror to the channel. So what I'm going to do is the horror stories. Murder stories.
And you 2 pages. I'm ask you the same thing if you can recognize them.
I like some Rob Zombie movies, not all of them. Halloween was super stupid, Rob Zombie.
Okay. And can you tell us what it is?
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Miss Boswell.
Okay. And the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you
Thursday
analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We would ask that be made exhibit number 235.
Yes, Thursday is Turtle Island.
What was that date?
January 26, 2020. Permission to publish?
I'm not narrating the stories. I just put everything together. Some of the stories I will be narrating.
So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn?
Some of it
And
is
what does
AI
the defendant
voices.
say?
Defendant says, good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw, and what does Megan Boswell say?
She says, she hates me.
Okay.
Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, you get commentary here.
May we approach our
All right. Yeah, like the Salem movie. I just hate that he puts his wife in every movie. I mean, she's good in some movies, but just not everything. I didn't like some 31. Not is that what it was? 31, that movie. I thought that was stupid as hell. A lot of the recent Rob Zombie movies have been dumb. I mean, super dumb. Like not even that good. House of 1,000 Corpses was good. Devil's Rejects was good. But then after that, it just went downhill like. And I like Rob Zombie. I like his music. I met him when I was young. He's a really nice guy in person. Yeah, I just ain't a big fan of his newer movies. They're terrible. You know who writes a good movie? Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. 3 from Hell. It was okay.
Okay, I'm going to pass you 2 pages
I hated Rob Zombie's Halloween. I thought it was stupid as hell, to be honest.
and ask if you can identify that.
I object to all the objections.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
This was February 18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 236.
Full exhibit 236.
Didn't you like my scary stories?
Permission to publish.
The first one dropped tonight.
For the first page of this, I'm trying to get a little bit bigger. Can you just read to the jury what the defendant says on February 18th, 2020?
So the first message that comes through is hello, question mark. The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
Okay. And is that conversation, let me make it smaller. Okay. And then for the record, there's a photograph there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the defendant say after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last weekend, and then follows up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that up for just a second because I want to ask you some questions about this photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that that picture is an old picture?
The good kind.
While reviewing the conversations,
You would have
the
to
search
look.
warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Okay. Okay. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you're able to identify that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's a conversation between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Kristen Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237.
Permission to publish.
Okay.
I'll try to make this one a little bit bigger. Christian Arnett says, honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
They're saying the dad is Eric, I think Eric Smith, which is a real common name. I don't know. We'll find out in the trial. But that's what the internet
Attached to
is
a document. Do you
alleging.
recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
This was a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay, and is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th of 2019.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
Full exhibit 238, subject to court trial.
And permission to publish. Okay. If you can, just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. And then follows on with, hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked and he's going to stay home. And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best, also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
Okay.
So Hunter didn't know. Yes, I remember a hand that rocks the cradle.
Okay, same question.
Yes, I recognize this.
Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay, and what is the date of that?
The date of this one is February the 19th of 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you viewed pursuant to your analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 239.
Full exhibit 239, subject to court trial.
No, as a child, she was bought a $20,000 car by her daddy, and her daddy paid all her bills.
Permission to publish.
She wasn't abused. She wouldn't go to school.
If you could read to the jury each of these text bubbles from the defendant to Hunter Wood on February 19th of 2020.
Yes. It says, hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for mom for fucking hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck? if I get a ride there. And she says, like, seriously, I've done nothing. I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tired as fucking hell. I'm also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I can find a ride. I'm so tired, and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say fuck it and come in. And then she tried to call and Hunter missed a call. And then the final one is, I've tried to call.
Okay.
So she's like pushing herself onto the guy. She lies so much. What a terrible, terrible liar she is. She's cray cray. Yeah, I agree. He is 25. He can handle it. I don't care how old you are. I'm 50. I couldn't handle no shit like that. Stalker much. Yeah, right? I need to do a scary story on her. Paul Durant, special agent with the FBI, is on the stand.
Okay, I'm going to pass you 7 pages. Take a moment to.
You need the train horn? What is a bunny bowler? That's a new one. Never heard that. Fatal Attraction. I can't. I don't know if I have. If I have, it's been a long time. Fiction. Jim wants clues. I'm going to play y'all a little sample at lunch. Just a little tiny one to get you interested so you come watch it tonight.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. Yes. And is there a date on that conversation?
Yes. February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
He collected exhibit 240, subject to the court's trial.
Permission to publish.
I left out the samples today because them samples, some of them were pretty bad yesterday. They said some pretty nasty stuff. So I took that video down.
What does Megan Boswell start out saying on February 22nd of 2020?
The defendant states, "Hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me."
And Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment.
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her, though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me, though?
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And what does the defendant say?
Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing.
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger.
So Hunter
What
didn't.
does, I'll scroll down in a second. What does the defendant say in response to that?
Hunter, I have full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom? ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone, and I hope you can understand that.
Okay, I'll move that up a little bit, and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all, please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay.
Huh. She lied to everybody.
Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page. What does she say?
So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it.
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
Damn.
I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell Dad will take me.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother.
And then Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to do. And what does the defendant say?
Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is.
And Hunter says, the leading TBI agent. What does the defendant say?
I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River.
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information.
Okay. And what does she say on that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
This is the last page.
So Hunter had no clue. She lied to him.
And Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
She said my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?
Okay. And then what does she say? Let me go up a little bit with where it starts. Hunter, please.
Hunter, please. No one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continues, says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City. with the cops. Hunter, if she dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast.
She don't
She
care.
says, hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, are you up? Question mark.
Okay. Thank you.
She lied to everybody.
Your Honor, may we approach?
She cray cray. She need to be in a mental hospital. Something wrong with that girl. And we thought this was going to be like a Casey Anthony trial. This is a slam dunk for the prosecution. A pathological liar, yes. Nancy on Facebook says, I wouldn't pick her up either. She is a lunatic. She needs to be with Leilani. No, she don't. Leilani don't even lie that bad. And at least Leilani had an excuse. She was all strung out on drugs. This girl wasn't. Yeah, he was trying to avoid her like the flu. Thank you, Dumpling. Dolly gotta eat. Yeah, she's cooked. She's done. Hunter's innocent, even though he wears tinfoil on his head. He probably wears tinfoil to protect him from her, right? She's trying to steal his thoughts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the officer. I've just been informed your lunch is here. All right, we'll start back at 1:15.
1:15. All right. There we have it. Court is going to recess to 1:15. So let's blow this up. Let's see. Didn't I tell you I'd give y'all a part of my horror story today just to get y'all into it? These are wintertime horror stories. Let me see if I have the file where it's playable.
I've been riding this mountain since I was 15. I know every run, every hidden powder stash, every shortcut through the trees. I thought I knew everything about this place. But that night, I realized I didn't know shit. We were the last, ones up. Me, Matt, Trevor, and Riley. It was a late season night ride, the kind where the air is thick with cold and the snow glows blue under the floodlights.
That's all y'all get right now. Okay. 30-second clip. We balled up a little bit. So yeah, that's it. And these are wintertime horror stories. Why does it keep doing that? Good Lord.
I've been riding this mountain since I was 15. I know every run, every hidden powder stash, every shortcut through the trees. I thought I knew everything about this place. But that night, I realized I didn't know shit. We were the last, ones up. Me, Matt, Trevor, and Riley. It was a late season night ride, the kind where the air is thick with cold and the snow glows blue under the floodlights.
Okay. So you see the first story is going to be good. It's going to be good. That's the 30-second intro to it, right? That's the 30 seconds of the beginning of it. I may play a little more of it than that for you guys. Okay. Cause it's fairly long. All right. Let me do some things real quick. So yeah, I plan on bringing y'all like at least a horror story a week. And I'm going to try to bring some more videos because I don't usually do a lot of videos on my channel. It's usually just live streaming, but I want to be able to bring, a few videos to the channel. Let me see. What did I do with the whole file? Hold on one second. I got to reply back to these messages. Okay, so I'll play it in a few minutes. I got to hunt it down. I think I would like that. Yeah, so a lot of these stories are going to be, because I'm doing them, once a week. Some of them are AI voice, and some of them will be voice overed by me. I just don't know which ones I'm going to voice over. It depends how much time I have. If I don't have a lot of time, I'm going to just do AI voice, okay, which is basically the computer. Sounds like a person, but really it's AI. But if I have time to read the stories myself that are written out, the scripts, then I'll read the stories to you myself. It was kind of how I was doing the Don't Wake Up Dead podcast, right? And I was, kind of making them like scary stories, but I was doing them on like Ted Bundy and stuff like that, but in a creepy horror voice. I might do it like that and voice over them myself, but I'm not quite sure yet. So while we're sitting here waiting, I will open up the phone lines. Okay. And what do you guys think? It looks like she was lying to Hunter. Okay. And Hunter had no clue the hell what was going on. And he's just another victim of this cray ass woman that unalived her baby and trying to blame her mom, trying to blame her boyfriend. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. This is Widow Bailey from Greenville.
Hey,
I talked to you yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the first caller today, so that's awesome.
You did it.
My mind is blown. Actually blown.
Uh-huh.
I believed her, I don't know, 10th story, about Hunter was there and they woke up and the CPR story and all of that. I thought he was involved, and that's crazy how.
Yeah. What do you think today?
Yeah, that's well. After the text messages came out, that's why my mind is blown because she. I thought that was the only time the girl ever told the truth, but I don't believe she's capable of it, honey. It changed my mind. It sure did.
Yeah.
So I'm just glad we have the jury system where all the evidence can be shown. So hopefully she'll get a fair trial, by letting all the evidence come out. It changed my mind for sure. I think she's guilty of sin.
Yeah, definitely.
I think she's done it all by herself. I really do. And I feel so bad for Hunter and his family. I do, because I was persuaded too, thinking that he was involved. So, yeah.
Yeah. And he had
I'm
nothing to
just
do with it.
No, he was just another victim, just another victim in her sick game of all this. It's sad. It's really sad, but it blew me away. And I was like, I got to call Dolly. I have to let him know. Because yesterday, well, not everybody, but a lot of people was giving me, like, really? You think, he's involved and he helped her? And I was so convinced of it. I was.
Yeah. Well, a
So,
day later, it looks like she acted alone.
that is so crazy. That's crazy. Oh, Lordy. Well, I drive an 18-wheeler, so I'm on my way to California, but I was like, I have got to call Dolly and let him know my mind has changed by just one day of court right there. And I've listened to every day of
Are
it.
you driving an automatic or manual?
Well, it's an automatic. Yeah.
Okay.
I can drive a manual, though. I've been driving about 10 years now.
Okay. Yeah, I hold a Class A CDL myself.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Yeah, me and
manual,
Mab.
that
Go
manual
ahead.
will wear your leg and arm out, boy.
No, I'm too old for that. I'm spoiled, I'm spoiled with the automatic.
Mhm.
But yeah, me and Mab, we talk a lot because he's down in California, right around where I deliver.
Uh-huh.
I pull out of, I live in Greenville, but I pull out of North Carolina and go to California every week. So, I mostly listen to you guys, but,
Okay.
just
Cool.
kind of hit home because I knew the people, involved,
Yeah.
in it. And no, I'm not the lady that was sitting beside of her the day of the interview. We all just sound country bumpkins, from this area.
I hear that.
We all kind of sound alike, but it was not me. I don't know her. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. I never crossed paths with her.
Okay. Well, you drive safely.
I will. I will. Keep doing what you're doing. It's great to hear y'all.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
All right. So she changed her mind that quick. Okay. That quick. She thought Hunter helped her yesterday. Today, she's like, that girl's a killer. Okay. She did it. I like to hear from the other lady too that called in and said she thought that Hunter was responsible because it clearly looks like he had no clue and he wanted that baby brought home safe, according to his messages, unless he was lying in the messages. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, this is Sheila from Texas.
Hey, Sheila.
Well, yep, I'm like that lady that just called. That blew my mind. It changed my mind completely.
Are you? Did you think that she was?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
She's such a good liar.
I don't think she's that good of a liar.
Oh, my God. Well, I mean, to some Vince, she's sometimes so convincing. And I really thought Hunter was there, but now he doesn't know anything.
Nothing.
Oh, Lord. I just don't. I think I've never in my life seen anybody like her. Her whole life. She has lied her whole life.
I know. Everything she says that comes out her mouth is a lie.
Everything. And she believes herself. I think she does.
I don't know. Maybe.
She lied.
She changes it up so much. How can she even believe herself?
Yeah. I can't get over how she could spend Christmas without that baby, knowing that she was in a trash can.
She didn't want the baby.
That's sad.
She said the baby was mean as shit. That's what she said in her text message, that the baby hated her. I see why the baby hated her.
That's ridiculous.
You know,
Oh, no.
babies just don't hate you for nothing.
I know. I was in the store the other day, and there was this girl there, a young girl, and she had a little girl just about her age and looked just like her. And my heart just went out, and I was like, I just cannot believe it. Just how anybody could do such horrible things.
Yeah. And live with herself. And she, you know, she didn't care. She just continued to lie and continued to blame people. And she would have let
her mom.
Yeah, her mom or her boyfriend take the blame.
Yeah. Or the dad. Or who was supposed to be the dad, Ethan.
Yeah, she was trying to blame everybody. And
well, she'll get what's coming to her.
Hopefully so.
Surely she can't get off of something like this. I hope
not.
not.
Oh, she's not getting off. She's getting good. She's getting a good 50 years. No parole. She'll never get out. She'll never see the light of day. I hope anyway.
Well, she would have probably got the death penalty if they wouldn't have took it off.
Yeah. Yeah, she would have. You know, and I don't think they should have took the death penalty off.
All right, Dolly. Well, you have a good day, and
you too.
I'll listen to your story.
All right. Peace.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, my story will be out tonight at 9. The scary stories, the Dolly stories. Dolly. Yeah.
What's up, my brother? I love you. How you doing?
What's up, Richard?
Nah, much home buzz. How you doing, brother?
I'm just chilling.
Man, we didn't get to put 1,000 bar of soap on the wall on this one, huh? She's guilty as hell, huh?
Guilty as hell. That's what it looks like to me anyway. I mean, I knew that from day one.
Yeah, she ain't getting out. You right. She ain't going to ever see the light of day, I don't think.
Nah, she better not. That would be terrible.
This woman's more evil than Leilani was.
I know. She lies more than Leilani.
Oh, man, way more. She don't know the truth of a hit in the ass.
I mean, when she gets caught in a lie, she does tell another lie.
Exactly. And some total random, right? Some random BS.
She never told the truth whatsoever that they rolled on top of the baby. So everything she ever told the police was a lie.
Yeah. How many stories has she said what happened to this child? Like 20?
I don't know. I know everybody was comparing this to Casey Anthony. Even I got Casey Anthony 2.0 in the title. But this is nothing like Casey Anthony. She is done.
No. Yeah. This girl is just what I don't understand is why would you leave the baby on your property?
I don't know why she did that. To be honest,
what doesn't make sense. Like, why? That's the only thing that bugs me in this whole thing is this, like, you know, this poor little angel did not deserve that for damn sure. But why would you leave her? Did you just not have she had no caring in her heart for that child?
Well, I think they would have buried her, but the ground was froze because the baby went missing right at Christmas.
That's right.
You got to remember the ground is hard. It's hard to dig, and she's a little lazy ass girl.
Take it away from the property, right? I mean, thank God she didn't. But I'm just saying, we'd be like little Caleb Collins if she did. That little 1-year-old still hasn't been found.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if she would have took it away, she was thinking somebody would find it, and if she hid it there, nobody would find it because nobody goes in there. But I mean, I don't know. Thank God Tommy said something. Her dad.
That's right.
You know.
So you think 100% it's all her, right? That's how you feel?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I just wondered. I don't think anybody else. I don't even think that new boyfriend knew. But then again, I don't think he had a clue. But
it was because of him, though. She did it because she wanted to be up with him, and then she sacrificed her baby for a man.
Yeah, that's kind of what Casey Anthony did in a way.
I mean, it ain't technically his fault that he killed the baby, but I mean, if she hadn't have met him, that baby might still possibly be alive, or she would have done it for another man.
That's right. She'd have done it for the person that came along. So she's, how old is this Megan girl?
She is 23 now.
Oh my God. Like, that's like Leilani's alley.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, like
God.
yeah, but Leilani didn't lie as bad as her. Leilani said she didn't remember, and that if she did, she would turn herself in.
But what is she doing now? Begging for.
Yeah,
Leilani, she can't handle it in there, man. You're right. She cannot handle it.
she would have been good if they hadn't took her colored pencils. So she was like, "Hell no, y'all ain't taking my colored pencils."
Oh, I know. Now she's using lipstick, huh?
Yeah. So that's where she drew the line. She didn't mind being in jail with colored pencils as soon as they took them
That's
colored
as
pencils.
bad. That's as bad as Stephen Stern saying he wants a real pen. I mean,
Yeah.
was it Stephen Stern saying he wants a real pen for trial?
Yeah, can I get a real pen?
Dude, he's pleading. Brian Colbert's finna plead. Watch, the next couple of days it's gonna come out.
You think he's gonna plead guilty?
I know he is. She's working on the deal. She just wants the fire squad off the table.
Are you talking about Stephen Stearns or Brian Colbert?
No, it's both of them. Both of them are gonna plead. They both working the deal, right? Brian Kohlberger's lawyer is working the deal right now. Go watch the interview room. He just put it out yesterday morning. She is working a deal right now.
You talking about Chris McDonough? I don't really watch that.
Yeah.
I ain't too big of a Chris McDonough fan. I don't tend to watch.
No, I know.
I don't watch the police up here. I don't know. I'm anti-police, I guess. I don't know. Anti-police YouTubers.
Either. I don't really watch him either, but it broke yesterday morning, and I was actually at work, and he was driving in the car, and I was like, what is this little 1 minute? And I posted it up, and he's like, hey, the Brian Kohlberger's attorney has seen all the evidence now, and now she's scrambling to work a deal.
I don't believe it.
No? Okay. All right, well, maybe not. I mean, he's not the only one. There's a lot of people putting it out, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I think he is. I think he's going to do it just so he don't get the. I think he's scared. I think that's what it is. He realizes that they got too much on him, and
I agree with Caroline right here. No, Kohlberger's in it to win.
You think so, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, we'll see.
I almost think he wanted. I almost thought he wanted to get caught.
Yeah,
for the attention.
He did.
Because a lot of these killers, all they really is seeking is attention.
Yeah, that's what they're seeking, and something went wrong somewhere in their head. I don't know, what makes them do it, but I don't. It's just crazy to me that I feel that Stearns is fixing to flip the tables and throw Jen under the bus. Watch.
He may try that, but it ain't going to work. They've already sealed a deal with Jen.
Well, we'll see.
All right.
She doesn't have immunity. I know a lot of y'all think that, but if she did, it would be everywhere, and it was just basically for that interview, and that's kind of how it works sometimes. But I don't know. We'll find out. I think as soon as the essay trial is over, they're gonna lock her up too. It's like I think Katie finna get locked up, and Chris is gonna get locked up. I feel.
I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in Tennessee, and
I don't either. But I think it's time they're gonna step up like Georgia did. Remember, Georgia was getting such dogged, and then the Ahmaud Arbery trial set a stone for them, and then they just started taking everybody down. And I think now Tennessee's at that point where if they don't do something, they know it's going to get worse. I feel like they're going to make an example out of Sebastian's case because it's so big. I think they got enough on that Tinkerbell video. Yeah, I think they got that Tinkerbell video so cleared. I think Secret Service was able to get that thing that they know. I think they know what happened. I think they just want to know where he is. And
I hope that is the case. I hope that is the case.
Yeah, I feel that something's coming down the pike on that. I pray, right? I was up there when you were up there. I talked to a couple of locals. Those locals are actually really nice people. A lot of people give them heck, but a lot of the ones that I've met are really nice people.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you feel the same way, especially some of the neighbors. They just seem to be nice people.
I mean, most people in Tennessee are really nice. I mean,
yeah.
They have no reason. Nobody really has a reason to be an ass unless you got something to hide.
Yeah, I know. And hey, I need you to do me a favor. That Lauren spinner case. It's an older case, but I've been working on it. And she was the college girl that disappeared, and those 3 boys, their parents tried to put a thing against them, and then the judge threw it out. I think it's all about money. And I wanted you to look into it too and see what you think. You want me to email it to you?
Yeah.
What I have, I got some information from Mr. Garrett, which was one of the retired FBI guys that worked on the case. He sent me some stuff, and I was viewing it. Now I'm gonna forward it over to you and let you take a peek at it. And then
Okay.
see, I think these boys need some pressure, and you're the one to turn up the heat. I'm a baby channel, so I need somebody big like you that can turn the heat on these 3 boys.
Turn the heat.
Yeah, baby. You're good at that shit.
All right, Richard, you be good.
All right, brother. I love y'all. Y'all be safe. Be good. We'll talk soon.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
All right, this girl right here, guilty as shit. Okay, I mean, super guilty. And court is in recess to 1:15 today, and then shortly after that, I have to take off a little bit because I have a heart doctor appointment today at 2:30. So I thought it was at 1:30, but I technically looked and it's at 2:30, which is better because that way lunch breaks over. I can leave the stream running. You guys should be good here watching it without me for, I won't be at the heart doctor, but an hour. It's just to go in and check my blood work, right? Because I had my blood work taken like last week. So it's just to go over those results to see if my cholesterol is going down and Dolly going to live forever. Okay. Like the $1 million man. Get there early. It don't do no good to get there early. They're pretty quick though. They're not like, it don't take long usually because them doctors are scheduling like pretty quickly. Like, you're 2:30, 3 o'clock, somebody else comes in. So they get you in that 30-minute window. The heart doctor's actually pretty quick that I go to. You don't never, the time you sit down, you'll fill out the check-in paper. And as soon as you hand it to them, within 5 minutes, they're calling you. So it's a pretty quick process. Thanks, Dolly. Appreciate that. Kohlberger is like Bundy. He thinks he is smarter than everyone is beneath him. I agree with that. Now, I mean, we can touch in on some other cases for a minute because I haven't talked. I've been all week. We've just been talking Evelyn Boswell. I haven't talked anything else, Kohlberger, he ain't taking no deal. Okay. I had to disagree with Richard on that one. And whoever he heard that from, I think he said the interview room. I don't know, but I don't really watch the police on the internet. I've never been a big fan of watching the police on the internet. Okay, hold on. I got to reply back to this email real quick. All right. Like I said, I've never been one to watch the police. I don't know why. I just think there's a lot of police channels, and I just don't watch basically any of them. I always disagree with what they say. Because they look at it from a cop aspect. When I look at stuff from a criminal aspect. So I'm on the opposite side of the law. Now I support the police, right? I just don't believe the police. I don't think, and I've, certain channels I've seen be wrong about all kind of stuff. Kohlberger got too many freedoms, and Stephen Stearns, he's done. And I do believe that Jen has worked a deal with the prosecution to testify against Stephen Stearns. So I hate to say it, Richard, I disagree with everything you said in that call. I think the exact opposite of that. I think Stephen Stearns is cooked. He's going to get the death penalty. Now, Stephen Stearns may try to take a deal. Okay, he may try to take a deal. If I was him, I would take a deal. Already, I'd have done took it. If they take the death penalty off the table and they say they'll give him 500 years, he should take it. Because if not, he's getting a death penalty. So any deal that keeps him alive, I would take. He's never getting out of prison. Just the child P alone is enough to put him in prison for the rest of his life. That ain't counting the murder of Maddie Soto. Okay? He's done. He's done. Like super, flip him over with a fork, pull him out the oven. His ass is done. Like right now, he's just getting charred. So if he takes a deal, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. Kohlberger? No, this is a game to Kohlberger. Kohlberger is a young Ted Bundy. Okay? He is a young Ted Bundy. Is exactly what he is. He looks like Ted. His eyes, he has the same damn Ted Bundy ass eyes, bushy eyebrows. It is absolute horrible. Okay. So yeah, I don't watch McDonald. Most of his show, he tells stories about himself too much. Yeah, I mean, I ain't got nothing personal against the guy. Like I don't, I just don't watch the police. I don't know. I don't I don't know why. I just can't watch the police on YouTube. Okay. I can't watch anymore. What's the other one? Like Police Off the Cuff, McDonough. Like I don't watch the police, their aspect on anything, because they're always towards to prosecute you in. I like to keep it pretty neutral. You like McDonough? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not telling you what you should watch or what you should listen to. You can listen to anything you want to. You're a free person in this world. I'm just stating what I watch on the internet. I don't usually tend to watch the police. Not that I have anything personal against any of these people. It's just I really don't want to hear what the police have to say. Dolly. Yeah.
I'm from Tennessee, and hell, I don't even trust them.
You don't trust them?
Hell no.
The police?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't trust them at all.
I don't just watch them on YouTube. It ain't that I don't trust. I think there's good police out there, and I think there's bad police out there. I just don't like watching YouTube police.
I ain't seen none in Tennessee worth a shit. And I live here.
I mean, I don't know. The cops that woke me up, they weren't bad cops. They were pretty nice.
Yeah. And did you say you had a CDL?
Yeah.
And how many times you use your clutch with that CDL?
How many times I drive a truck with a clutch?
Yeah, how many times did you use the clutch with a CDL?
A lot.
Straight here.
A lot.
I only use mine to start and stop.
The clutch?
Yeah.
How the hell you only use the clutch to stop and start? Stop.
You start with the clutch, and once you get started rolling, you don't need the clutch no more.
Oh, I don't know.
All you gotta do is wind it up and pull it in gear, baby.
Oh, I don't know, man. I had to learn how to double clutch.
I use the clutch one time when I start and when I stop. Other than that, I wind it up and pull it back. Wind it up, push it forward, flip the button, and go.
I guess that just ain't the way I learned how to drive a clutch, a 13-speed. Double clutching. You had to do it for the test.
Well, that's beside the point. I got grandfathered in on the test.
And then on a new test, you got to be able to parallel park the truck.
Oh yeah, that ain't nothing.
I failed it the first time.
Well, I'll never forget that guy told me to back that big trailer in. I had to pull up one time. He said, back that little in, it was easier than the damn big one.
You got to do a 100-foot offset. Now, by federal law, you got to do a 100-foot offset. You got to do a 100-foot straight back, and you got to parallel park the truck.
Yep. And you got to know every damn 101 inspections under that shit.
Yeah, 199, but you only got to do one side, so it's technically half of that.
But it's still harder than when I took it.
Mm-hmm.
When I took it, you went up there, they drove around with you. If you could drive a truck, goodbye.
The guy that taught me to drive, he never had a CDL because he was on a farm. So he used farm use. He didn't have to have a CDL, none.
Yeah.
So he had to get a CDL to even teach the class. He said,
my dad drove ever since he was 19-year-old.
Oh,
he
okay.
taught me and my brother both to drive a truck.
Yeah, I was taught to drive double shifting and neutral, shifting the gear.
The freakiest thing I ever seen is him stand out on the running board on his long nose truck and back that damn thing up.
When I drove my first automatic truck, I was like, "Oh my God, this is great." But the manuals would wear me out, like the pumping, boom, 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 changing gears. Because if you got to change gears so many times to get up to speed, it starts off so slow. The first 4 gears get you up to 5 miles an hour.
But yeah, I think now this Evelyn Boswell, no offense, brother, they know she done it. It's a proven fact. They don't even need a trial.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a waste of money. Just like that stepping stones is a waste of money. You don't even need a trial.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I know these people are guilty. I think my producer just came in.
But I mean, it's a proven fact. She almost admitted to it.
Okay, Doug, let me let you go because the producer just came in.
I tell you, bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. What's up, babe?
Nothing. I just let the dogs out.
Okay.
And came back in.
Okay.
It's cold outside.
Is it still snowing?
No.
Okay. What do you think about Hunter not knowing?
I was shocked because I was certain he wasn't involved, and then I thought, oh my God, okay, maybe he was, because like the locals were saying the bad stuff about him, and the locals were saying like he had to have known, or like, and then they introduced the evidence they introduced yesterday, and it was questionable because of what the defense said. But so I kind of kept a thought in the back of my mind, like, okay, well, that's just the defense. And then now we see like he's actually telling her like, where's the baby?
Yeah.
So he's like,
he hit her with the dolly. Where's the baby?
Yeah, so that would be like he's actually a good guy if he's like asking her to freaking provide the baby.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're a drug addict, don't make you a horrible person.
Off babies.
Yeah. You know, there's many of people that are on drugs that don't kill babies.
Yeah.
And
no, I mean, I know
just
that.
because you do drugs don't mean you don't have some morals or some values about you.
Yeah.
You know,
I just can't. It's like
you have an addiction. It's totally different than being a bad person.
that him deciding to date this girl and allow her. And well, his daddy says he hired her. So it's his daddy kind of that like started the whole process, but
oh man, yeah, I would blame that on my pops. Be like, Dad, I wouldn't be in this shit if it wasn't for you.
Well, the dad is the one that enabled him and the mom too, all his life anyway. But the fact that they allowed her into their restaurant, their life, literally completely ruined his life, and that's so sad.
But how would they know?
I know. I mean, you can never know except for intuition. And you know, you can sense someone's crazy, but I mean, she seems like she didn't seem like she's just looking at her. She don't look like she's like she don't look.
She don't seem crazy, but she is batshit crazy.
I don't know. I don't know that psychopath.
Bunny Buller crazy. I think I did see that when she killed the bunny.
I was gonna say, how do you not know that movie? He was cheating on his wife with her. She became the mistress, and she became obsessed with him, and then he tried to fix his life
with his wife,
and then she literally
killed the bunny.
It was like one of the kids' bunnies or something.
Yeah.
Literally freaking killed the bunny over. Yeah. That's like that level of psycho. But I mean, as being a psychopath, a mental illness that you get locked up for in a mental hospital.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, prisons are full of psychopaths.
No, I agree with the prison part, but I think there's a little bit of a difference and you get better treatment a little bit in the mental facility.
Yeah. I mean, it depends what mental facility you're in. Some people say it's worse. You ever known of crazy people?
I've been an EMT. Have you not been to Virginia Beach side? That's not a fun time. That's not a fun place.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've been around a lot of crazy people in my life, so
I just can't believe that he just And the text messages the man went through to begin with was like December 19th, and she was already talking about Evelyn was with the dad.
Yeah.
So
She was gone before Christmas.
we knew that already. We knew she was gone before Christmas. The last time the girlfriend of hers saw her was at the Chili's across from the table where she said she stunk. That was the last known sighting of the baby.
Yeah.
And that was like the
It sounds like there she was already not taking care of the baby.
yeah, she was starting to be neglectful.
I don't think she liked the baby. Who says their baby hates me?
Nobody.
That's what I'm saying. And why would the baby hate her unless she was treating the baby like shit? Babies just don't hate you,
No, of course not.
you know. And if her baby hated her, there's a reason that baby hated her.
Yeah.
Because she was abusive. Probably didn't care. That baby was all it did was hold her down so she couldn't be a young teenage girl. She shouldn't have been out there spreading her legs, getting knocked up.
Yeah, but the thing is, and see, I heard a lot of what she was saying, like with that last detective, the interview we heard. She's like, they're just gonna look at me a certain way, and I still kind of feel like that. Like my parents are kind of like that, but it's like you have to have that fine line of like, at some point, if you're really not gonna care for this child, you gotta not be selfish and just give her over to somebody else.
But how did she get like that?
She's been like that all her life.
Is her mama or Tommy, are they compulsive liars?
I don't think that's.
I think everything in this world is learned behavior. She's been around compulsive liars because I believe and she is a child. She's an 18-year-old child, but she
was now she's
adult,
23, right?
but she adult. But she learned. Kids are like sponges, even teenagers. They pick up what's around them. So at some point, she was around somebody that completely lied, and she learned this behavior.
Well, but you got to think her parents were in and out of jail. Her
That's what I'm
mom's still
saying.
on dope. So you know, people that are on dope usually do have to lie to get their dope somehow.
So she's been. That's what I'm saying. She's been around nothing but liars and drug addicts, and it's done twisted her head up.
But I mean, this is what I talked about before. I think probably the last day we were in Tennessee still, and it was like when you have a bad upbringing, and like let's say you get born and you're in the ghetto. And
Yeah, but a lot of
you literally can choose.
A lot
to
of
do better.
people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people live shitty lives, come from nothing, and they don't never do anything like that.
You could choose to do better.
Yeah, and even if she had a shitty upbringing, she wasn't like in the slums or anything because
nobody took her out.
They had nice houses.
Nobody in her household took her out.
Took her out where?
After.
Yeah, but they couldn't have been so bad.
Right. And then her dad saying how he provided basically everything for her. Like, clearly
it's her dad. You're supposed to provide for your kids.
Yeah,
you don't
but
have kids if you don't want to provide for them.
Getting pregnant at a young age and not providing for her or the baby and not doing the basic cleaning, I don't really think that you don't have to give the kid a car. I'm sorry, you don't.
Yeah, she's a brat.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. And that's upbringing. Make people earn what they get. I mean, you want to give your kids things that you wasn't given. I mean, everybody does. What you lacked as a child, you want to make up for in your kids. I do it. Like I didn't have all this, so I'm quick to give. But you know, Tiff is responsible. Yeah. So it's different when you're giving something to somebody responsible than when you're giving something to people that are unresponsible.
Yeah, you're not like giving her something, then she goes and trashes it like 2 days later, or like she's actually thankful for stuff.
And hopefully she won't kill nobody.
Don't say that. She's not.
I'm just saying that is terrible as a parent. Think about what Tommy's going through. That's his daughter. You know he loves his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, and she done went out and killed somebody and put him in a terrible situation.
Yeah.
You know, killed his granddaughter. So I mean, that's a terrible thing for a parent to go through. I wouldn't want to wish that on any parent because you really all you can do is guide your kid. You're not your kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't be up there button on their shoulder all day, every day while they're out.
Yeah, all you can do is try to raise them the best you can and give them values and morals and hope that they follow them. Yeah. And you know, he could have probably did that to that little girl. That don't mean that she listened to it, you know?
Yeah.
Because everybody's their own individual person, self. You know, even though they're part you and part whoever else the baby daddy is, we don't know how crazy, you know, I mean, we don't know how crazy her mama is. We don't know where she gets her craziness from. And you look at her mama, she's locked up, so her mama's probably batshit crazy too.
Parole. Her mom's out on either probation or parole. I think we may see her possibly as Megan's witness.
So
but
I wouldn't want to wish that on no
the fact
parent.
that she set her mom up next
What
to
about
her-
like Jeffrey Dahmer's parents? They were church going people, everything, and next thing you know, their son's out there eating people.
Yeah, how do you get that? So you're saying that's learned behavior, and how where did he learn that from?
That's crazy.
Right.
That's different than learned behavior. That's crazy. That's mental health issues right there. That's totally different. He's hearing things, seeing things. Delusional. You can't control delusional. You know, that's out of their mind. And some people don't become schizophrenic until they're in adulthood.
It's like for males, there's an age. It's like 18 to 26.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
So you could be fine as a teenager doing everything right, and then hit adulthood and the chemicals change in your brain. Next thing you know, you hearing voices, seeing things, and putting people in the chili. I mean, how does anybody become that way? Like, you look at Ted Bundy, he blamed pornography for his killings. His fascination with women and stuff came from pornography, softcore pornography, like Playboy. And I always look at Ted Bundy like, you learn from these people. If you look at somebody and say, well, this dude got these perversions from softcore, imagine what people are seeing today on like your Pornhubs and all these different channels, and what monsters it's breeding.
Yeah, no, people must be real messed up now.
That's what I'm saying. If you're used to seeing women being treated a certain way, and then you fantasizing about treating women these way, and now you see how women, like, some of these things are so brutal, I can't even discuss it up here, right? So it's bad, and that creates what I believe to be serial killers.
I mean, yeah.
Look, we even have a word. They even have a word for it for men that hate women, incels. Right? Like, I had no clue to what the hell that even was. What's an incel? A dude that ain't homosexual, but he hates women. He has a grudge, an evil grudge against women.
Because of the relationship interaction between the person and the women up until that point, they become incel, and it's usually based on their expectation of the female they're expecting to get
Or they
with.
done got blown off by women, and they've started to hate women.
Right. They have to go through the process of being blown off by women they want to try and get, or they're too shy to interact.
Or they're batting out of their league.
Right.
Okay. You ever heard a guy tell another guy, that girl's out your league, homie? You know what I'm saying? You're batting out your league. All right. She's a dime and you 3 cents, you know, but that's all in your mentality. If you believe you're a 3 center, then you'll always be a 3 center. You know what I'm saying? But if you tell yourself in your mind, I'm just as good as anybody else, you are. You know, it's a perception thing, but these people get it in their mind that they less than, and next thing you know, they blame it on a woman because they can't pick that woman up because they don't have the ability to or the skill to, and then they start to hate women, and next thing you know, they chopping bitches up.
That's scary.
It is, and that's happening a lot. There's a whole community of them, and they've found a way to find each other.
Because of social media.
Because of social media. So now all these killers are grouped up in a let's kill a bitch cult. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
They have that ever since social media. Social media wasn't invented to help us people as a human race, and
it's connected all the bad people. It's connected good people, but it's connected all the bad people too.
I think we would have all still stayed connected in real life if we didn't have social media. We just have to meet with each other every week at church, and now we're just meeting on social media and not properly communicating with each other, and it's just ruined the whole. Like, nobody even knows how to talk to people anymore.
They just know how to text message you with emojis. That's it. Even look at my title. It has little red stop signs in it.
Exactly.
So social media has made you more unsocial. Yeah. It's connected every crazy killer, the P word, you know, them people, Jeffrey Epstein Island. It's connected all these people together so they can get Satanists, Huh?
All the black web people.
Yeah, dark web people.
Yeah, that's what I
So yeah, the world is a crazy place now. And just think, if in the 70s Playboy was breeding serial killers, what is society making people into today? Look at Kohlberger. He's a kid.
He was like
A college age kid out there hacking bitches up.
Yeah, everything that Richard said was completely wrong. He was almost like, it was like he wants to be like a famous, like he was asking his students questionnaires and
I even said I think he wanted to get caught.
yes. I don't know if it was
Give him a little something, but not a lot. And then then it's going to be televised. It's going to be the biggest trial of
I don't agree. I think
the last decade.
he's not Diddy.
It's going to be bigger than Diddy.
I don't agree, but yeah.
It's already bigger than Diddy. Listen, people in true crime community, we don't give a shit about Diddy. Yeah. Everybody in true crime is talking about Kohlberger, right? True crime, it is majority of white women. Majority. And they don't give two shits about P. Diddy. Okay, I can tell you now. How many white women in here care about P. Diddy? I hate to say it, but it's true. It's true. The majority of true crime is ran by women. I always tell the women, thank you for letting me play in your yard. Because true crime is women. If you look at the amount of men that are in here right now compared to the amount of women, you will see right here that true crime is women. See, I don't. Diddy done, so move on, right? Not me. You see what I'm saying? Now you ask everybody, who cares about the Brian Kohlberger trial?
There's just as many men in this world, and there's a bunch of people that
But men are not into true crime.
It's not true crime. Diddy is entertainment news. Diddy is
but
all of every aspect of entertainment.
To select people, he's relevant. But to other people could give a shit less about him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you look at like his entertainment compared to a big country singer, oh my God, a country singer sells 100 million more albums than he does.
I don't even know a song that he did, so that's not my point. My point is that the basis of all the root to the evil that's coming out from the entertainment industry in general, not necessarily, I don't even give a damn what his name is. It's just that it's being shown, and that was like the big thing to the newest presidencies, like, oh, all the bad things are going to come to the light. That's what everybody
look, before the internet, women bought the detective magazines. My mom read them.
I read the detective magazines.
That's what I'm saying. Women has been ruled by women. True crime has since I was a little kid. I wouldn't even know about true crime if it wasn't for my mom being into true crime.
My mom watched Matlock all day long.
So.
And Murder, She Wrote.
BK is just trying to beat the system. He systematically planned this all, including his trial. See, I think the same thing. I look at him as a young Ted Bundy. I believe he studied Ted Bundy. I believe he knew what he was going to do, and he did it. And Ted Bundy, all he wanted was attention. He wanted attention.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I'm surprised he didn't try to represent himself like Ted Bundy did. But the difference is Ted Bundy went to school for law.
He went to school for he was getting his doctorate, so he was smart. He could have represented himself.
Both of these, that's what I'm saying. Usually serial killers, right? Serial killers usually have a higher level IQ than the average person. Facts.
Scary.
Yeah, most serial killers are smart.
Yeah.
What reason they decide to kill people is beyond me. But usually on the IQ level, they're usually higher than the average person.
Earlier, you said that this case is nothing like Casey Anthony. I think you're talking about the way that it was ended in the trial, but every aspect of everything is identical to
I know. But I'm saying in court, it's not going the same way as Casey Anthony.
It didn't translate the same. Like if you say this case is nothing like Casey Anthony's, In what way?
Do you
Like,
know where the truck keys are? Because it's cold as hell out there. I'm gonna have to drive a truck.
I don't know. I think I might.
Okay.
I've seen it somewhere.
I got the slingshot keys right here in my pocket.
I'm not taking that.
I damn sure cold as it is out there. I ain't getting on that slingshot. Can't you jump the battery? I do, but I'm not going out there in that cold jumping that battery right now. I'm lazy.
Okay, well, I swear I saw it somewhere.
Yeah.
And all right, gotta go.
Okay.
Don't forget to ask your doctor about the statin and how long, because the emergency room doctor said you only had to be on it for a year.
Okay. Well, it ain't been nowhere even near
I
a
know,
year.
but if your stuff is low enough, it's better to get off of it than stay on it. It's like really known to cause dementia.
What? Who are you?
Thank you.
Do I know you? Who are you in my house?
Don't make me call work and tell them I have to watch my boyfriend go to the doctor.
Okay. I don't even know who you are anymore. That dementia kicking in. I'm gonna start playing that to my benefit. My brain is still sharp as a knife, babe. No worries. I'm definitely watching that trial. I mean, I'm watching, of course, I'm going to be all into the Stephen Stearns trial. I'm going to be all into the Brian Kohlberger stuff. We got a lot of trials we're going to be following. I follow the Diddy case. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm not really interested in it. It don't interest me in the least bit. So, I mean, I can tell you now, we're not going to be covering the Diddy case here. I mean, you're more than welcome to watch it somewhere else, but it's just not my thing. Now, back in the day, I'd have been covering the Diddy case. I did a lot of entertainment news. Okay, let me get this. Good Lord.
You see that? The cop just flipped over and landed on his butt. Look at it.
Oh, it landed standing straight up. Good shot. All right.
Move.
I didn't follow the Diddy case. No, I mean, I know what's going on, basically. I get the cliff notes. He was baby oiling people up. We all know that he's kind of been into both sexes, let's say, for a while. And I don't know. It's nothing that really interests me. If it interests you, and I hope you enjoy it. It's just not something I'm into. That's why when people are comparing the cases, I'm like, you done lost your mind. The Kohlberger case is going to be way bigger in the true crime community than P. Diddy ever. I mean, just ever. It ain't even the same. Dolly Vision Ghost at it again. No, PJ threw my keys and it hit my cup that I had sitting beside me, and the cup flipped up and landed. That wasn't no ghost. That was PJ did that. Your brother thinks all women are beneath him. Okay, that ain't good. But society is breeding this. Okay, there's a community that are indoctrinating other men into hating women, which is weird. You have, I don't know, just things are kind of messed up, I think. Okay. It will be huge watch just because he is famous. I don't know. He's been going through this stuff already and it ain't huge. I don't think it's huge. I mean, Nancy Grace is covering it. And did y'all notice that Nancy Grace never put out the Sebastian Rogers interview? I've seen somebody posting about it today on my Facebook that they're actually going on to another channel because Nancy wouldn't post the interview that she pulled it. It's the only interview I've ever seen them pull like that and act like it never existed. She even took down her comments on her Facebook page about it. I've never seen that. I've never seen Nancy do that. People said she's done it before, and you're probably right. Maybe copyright. It ain't copyright. It has nothing to do with copyright. It has to do with fraud and lying. I don't know how she found out. Somebody must have told her. Somebody must have told her, said, hey, that dude, that's a video's fake, and that guy's not, that ain't his name. That's not who he says he is, because that ain't who he is. Right? So he not only did he lie about the video, but he lied about his name when he was up there. And she just scrapped the video. Nancy smelled a rat, you think? I mean, I don't know. But we saw the interview several times. You never saw the interview. You heard the interview. And that's only because it was taken off the podcast before she snatched it down. She did the interview on her podcast, but she never uploaded it to YouTube. And she said she said, we're airing this. And then all of a sudden they snatched everything down. Right? But people were calling fraud on it, saying that the video was faked. And of course, the person that was up there sharing this video was lying about his name. Okay. So he's lying about the video, lying about the name. And now it's just gone and it's not airing. And, you know, they were over there saying, well, they're editing it. Well, what are they editing it for 2 weeks? Because that thing was supposed to air a while ago and it never really aired. I never seen or heard it. I'm ready for a nap. Did you see that Motley Crue jet crashed into a plane, 1 unalive and 4 injured? No, a plane crashed into Motley Crue's plane that was parked, and Vince Neil wasn't on it. It was Vince Neil's plane. Nancy don't like liars. I was like, damn, right? And, you know, a lot of people said I was talking bad about that person. I think like 100 people deleted the channel, my channel. But it was worse than that when I talked about Bullhorn Betty. So, damn, you don't have as many fans as Bullhorn Betty. So, but anyway, people got mad at me and said I was talking bad about the dude and deleted the channel. Oh, Dolly, I can't believe you're being mean. Dolly wasn't being mean. I was being real and honest and legit. And people got mad about that. Like, you know, you can't handle the truth. You got it backwards. Motley Crue plane crashed into a parked plane. Are you sure? Okay, I might be backwards. You might be right. They drank the Kool-Aid, the monkey juice. I don't know. But I didn't say anything mean other than, hey, this person's lying. It's fake, you know. What they're saying is fake, and they're lying about who they are. So why would you get up on Nancy Grace and lie about your name? Right? Why not just don't give your name? But why get up there and say somebody else's name that ain't you? Right? I didn't do that. Right? I got up on Court TV, said my name, who I was, what I was doing in Georgia. Right? The video I gave them was real. It was shot from my phone in person with the dude. Y'all seen that, right? But why get up there and lie about your name and stuff like that? I mean, I think that's why it's come down. Is one, that the video was faked, and then the person supplying the video was lying about who they were. And continues to lie to their viewers, right? Like, you know, the whole married to a doctor thing, and oh my God, that is so not the truth. I don't want to go into that because we done kicked that dead horse as much as you can kick it. But I was just saying, you know, the whole Nancy thing never, you know, I was even catching hell in the Facebook groups when I said, look, they're not going to air that. It's not. There we go. I see the signs. So I don't know. I know that in the Sebastian Rogers case that they're going on another channel this week to talk about Sebastian and, you know, get the name out there and try to, you know, this is Seth and Tony though, this time. I don't know what guest they're going to have with them. Am I going to turn back on the phones? I didn't even know they were off. Yes. Phone's back on now. Calling number should be on the screen. There you go. See, now I want to see it. Well, you can't see it. They're not airing it. Dolly.
Dolly, it's me
Yeah.
again. I just want to say one thing and I'll get off. Hey, it's good to disagree. I get it, right? A lot of times we always do disagree. But I should have explained why I felt like he was going to take a deal maybe a little better, right? Do you remember in the beginning when he didn't stand up and enter a plea, right? He was silent, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the main reason why usually they're silent? And what is the reason behind usually why they're silent like that?
Because they're guilty.
To preserve their right and the ability to negotiate before it goes to trial, which means to try to take a deal, right? Or
I mean,
make a deal.
you can plead not guilty and still take a deal.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying usually when they don't speak, it's because they realize they don't have enough evidence for one to prove the case.
Hold on.
and
Let me touch on this. Peace Love says Jensen is his husband's last name. No, it's not. His husband's from Pakistan. Okay. Show me somebody from Pakistan with the last name Jensen. Sorry to tell you, Peace Love, but that's not true. Okay, he's not a doctor. He's not a doctor. He's a slumlord. Okay, I hate to be the one to burst a man's bubble up here on YouTube, but come on now.
Somebody taking a little too much ginseng, huh?
I'm just saying, the man from Pakistan. Show me a Pakistani man with that last name.
No. I think somebody been in the woods picking ginseng too much, huh?
I don't know. But people can. I'm gonna come up here and start saying I'm a doctor and an astronaut.
Yeah,
all kinds
you're a lawyer.
of stuff. I'm a lawyer.
A lawyer, a judge. You've been on the moon. Hell, you've done it all, Dolly.
Yeah, I mean, I done been there, done that.
All right, Dr. Dolly, Judge Dolly.
I like Dr. Dolly. Dr. Dolly got a good ring to it. Okay.
Yeah, that is a good one, Dr. Dolly.
Dr. Dolly in the house.
That's your new one. I'm making you a hat right now today for Dr. Dolly.
I got my doctorate in idiocracy.
Okay, there you go. I'll do it. No, but that's my reasoning. Yeah, that's that's why I feel for some reason I think his back's against the wall. And remember whenever last year when they asked her about when she was trying to get the DNA thrown out and all this, well, did you prove, has it been proven in other cases? And there's not one case to prove her theory on that, right? Her truth behind it. So that's why I know that's going to get thrown out. But I feel that he didn't take a plea because he didn't want to say whether he was guilty or not. And that way, if it comes down to working a deal, he could say, I didn't enter a plea. Like,
I go by Dr. Turtle King. Okay, PJ. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if they'll give him a deal.
Dr. Turtle Boy. I'm Dr. Turtle King. Okay.
There you go. There you go. Dr. Turtle King. There you go. That's a good one.
All right, go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, but no, that's just what I think is I think that he didn't enter a plea so he can always work a deal later, like to say, hey, take the DP off, right? And I'll tell you what happened or whatever, right? I don't know. It's just my opinion on it, right? It's that's all it is. But I kind of wanted to explain why I had the opinion of it. And I think it's all going to come down to standing silent was his way of hiding behind that to try to take a deal before trial, which I think they're just lining their pockets and that he's going to try to take a deal. But that's just, of course, just my opinion. So anyway, that's all I had to say about it.
Okay. All right, Richard.
All right, brother. You be good.
Right.
Dr. Dolly. Dr. Dolly.
Y'all can just call me Mr. Dr. Turtle King. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Listen, guys, let me say this. I don't want to be mean to anybody. All right. I definitely don't. It ain't my objective to be mean. Just don't believe everything you hear on YouTube. Please. Okay. Some of these YouTubers out here will tell you anything, guy. I mean, anything. And I hate to be the one to burst people and be then because then their viewers are like, oh, Dolly's an asshole. Right. And then I'm the asshole in it. Okay. When really I'm just a truthful person and honest with you guys. That's it. I don't have any ill will towards any of these people. I just don't run my channel on bullshit and lies. Some people feel that maybe there's reasons he lies about his name. Maybe he feels like if I tell my name, people will show up at my house, or people will do that. Maybe there's a reason for him lying about who he is and who he's married to and all those things. Maybe. I mean, I give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying, I don't want you guys to believe everything you hear on the internet is the moral of my story. Just take everything you hear up here on the internet with a grain of salt. Like, all these people that were saying I was wrong, that they were editing his video, where's that video at now? I wasn't wrong. I was right. I don't see nobody apologizing to me about being right. Once again, okay, once again. That's terrible. That's terrible. Listen, guys, I ain't even trying to pick on people, but I'm an idiot, okay? I'm an absolute idiot. And if I see these things, I just don't understand how other people don't see it, right? They don't get it. I just don't think some people understand this YouTube game. And I said game, right? And when I came into this, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I never knew it was a game. I didn't know it was a game. I didn't know the players. Okay, I didn't know the players. I had to learn the players. I had to get out there and mingle with these people to see who was good, who was bad, who was doing what, how everything operated. But I can tell you this, I am a YouTube creator, and I think I know a little bit more than a YouTube viewer, because I done been here, done that. I hate to say it like that. I done seen how everything operates. I done seen what happens behind the scenes, on the scenes. When I've seen it, right? I've seen it. I seen it with my own eyes. I'm half-ass blind, though. I'm half-ass blind. So I just, my only message on this, like, it's not a message of hate. I ain't saying hate somebody. I'm just saying, don't believe everything you see and hear. That's it. That's all my message is to people out here is, as a matter of fact, don't believe anything you see. Don't believe, even if you see it with your own eyes, don't believe it. Turtle Dr. Dolly. Okay. No, it's Dr. Turtle King. Okay. Dr. Turtle King. If you're nasty, right? Like, remember Janet Jackson? It's Janet. If you're nasty, right? It's Dr. Turtle King. If you nasty, right? Oh, all right. Now we're past the believing everything you see on the internet. Don't do it. All right. It's dangerous. It's dangerous out here on these YouTube streets. And people will lie to you. They will lie to you. And everybody believes it. It's bad. It's bad. Dolly.
Hello, it's me, Alex.
What's up, Alex?
You about the Area 51 soap. What does it smell like?
It smells like aliens done probe somebody.
Okay, and my mom wants to buy me some of that soap, and she also wants to do the Turtle Island shirts shrink when you wash them in the washer machine.
Yeah, it'll shrink. Yeah, what size does she wear?
Not for you, for your birthday. She's gonna get me a Turtle Island shirt. My mom is.
Oh, okay. So what size you need, Alex?
I'm probably gonna need a 3XL since they shrink.
Okay. Yeah, we got them all the way up to 3X.
That's what I needed to know. I didn't know if he needed a 2X or 3 here. Because he's tall. She's right.
Okay. All right. Well, we got them all the way up to 3X.
When are you gonna make?
And I got a bunch of new shirts that are about to drop, so you may want to wait to see what shirt you like. I got like 3 or 4 different Dolly shirts that are about to drop.
You hear that, Alex? Oh, he wants another one. You hear that?
Yeah. So I'm just waiting on the art to come in. Like, we got one that's a skeleton looking over a dead body, and it says Dolly and like smoke. It's pretty cool. We got one. We got one of the like corners on a crime scene that says Dolly True Crime on it. There's a few. There's one that's like just a Dolly like billboard sign kind of. So there's a few different Dolly shirts that are about to drop within the next week. I'm just waiting on all my artists to get the art back to me.
Yeah. Gonna have more cool and
what's the other one?
What is the other one? Armani or the
Yeah. I got to get around. I've been a little backed up on things, so I haven't had a chance to make everything, but I'm going to be back in there in the lab, whipping up some soaps and lotions and stuff like that, all this week coming up. So we'll have a bunch of new stuff in stock.
Shut up, Alex. It's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, every time I try to order the cool water or the Armani one for him, it's sold out.
It sells out fast. I think most women are buying it for their husbands and sons and stuff like that, because the majority of my viewers are women. And for the longest time, I didn't make any men smelling stuff. And then PJ was like, well, don't you think they got husbands and sons? And I was like, oh yeah, you're probably right. And then I started making man stuff, because I just looked at the chat and was like, okay, well, most of my viewers are women. Let me make things for women. And then I didn't think that everybody's married with husbands and kids. And PJ was like, yeah, don't you know most of these women are married with a husband? Don't you think they like to buy their husband something? And I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. Then I put out the Armani, and then I put out the cool water and the different man stuff.
Well, yeah, these women got to justify their spending. So if they are buying their husbands some soap and stuff here and there along with their stuff, they don't get in trouble.
You doing Turtle Island tonight?
No, Turtle Island's going to be Thursday. I was going to do it last night, but I was just so tired. My sleep schedule's off, and I knew I had to be to the doctor today. So I didn't want to, risk being up real late.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right. Peace.
All right. Peace, Jimmy.
Yeah, y'all don't be talking about people's names in the chat. The only reason I said that is because that's not the person's name. I'm not giving out their name. Okay. I don't dox people. I just want you to know that ain't who that is. Okay. Not that don't want people putting in his real name in the chat or his husband's real name in the chat. I know all that stuff. I don't care. It ain't about that. It's about it. To me, it's about just don't believe everything you hear on the internet. That's it. It ain't no hate. Just don't believe everything you hear. And because I battle that a lot, misinformation. So to me, I just stand up against misinformation. That's it. It makes it confusing for people, and it makes it harder on everybody when people are out there spreading things that are not true. Okay. Let's keep it on track and things like that. No hate towards any of these people. I don't hate anybody. I don't go to bed with hate in my heart. I just don't want people believing everything they hear. And then when I say, well, that's a lie, people get mad at me and unsub me when I'm absolutely telling you guys 100% the truth. You know how aggravating that is when you tell the truth and somebody calls you a liar? Right? And I know I'm telling the truth, right? When you're being truthful with everybody, and then everybody's like, you're a liar, you're a bully, you're an asshole. No, I'm not. I'm not none of those things. I'm truthful. That's it. Like, I don't have a reason to lie to my people. And I think in the end, people will see that. Okay. They all get mad every now and then and be like, okay, I'm jumping ship. Well, jump ship, but eventually you're going to want back on the boat. Okay. You're going to realize, hey, this is the truthful boat. And unless listen, if you just get up here for entertainment, then I guess it don't matter if people lie to you. If it entertains you and you like the person, and it don't really matter what they say to you. Okay, it probably don't. And I'm not discouraging anybody to watch anybody or any of that. I'm just saying, and I ain't just saying it about that one person. I'm saying this about a lot of people out here on YouTube. They're not who they say they are. Okay, and they're not about what they say they're about. That was my message. I think everybody took that as I'm bullying this one person, because he's a little, it's like a man picking on a woman. And I think that's how people look at me saying something about this person. It's a man picking on a woman. Okay. Even though it's really not that case. Okay. But I think that's how people look at it sometimes. And I just want to be truthful with my people. And when I was talking about the case, this is a case that I go down and search for and look for. And these people are not doing that type of stuff. and then they're being disingenuous, and people are coming here and talking to me like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's aggravating to me, is what it is. Like, you know, it don't piss me off, and then it's a little bit aggravating when you know you're right, and everybody's just like, oh, F Dolly, and I'm 100% legit. PJ, please get Dolly back on track, will you? I'm on track. I'm on track. The phone lines are open. Okay. I'm just explaining myself, my actions. Okay. So really, I'm not off track. I'm dead on the tracks. We chugging along, baby. I've missed all the conflict. I'm glad there's no conflict. It's what I'm telling you. There's only the truth and lies. There's no conflict. Like, I'm not going to go slap the shit out of nobody. Okay. I'm not mad and want to fight anybody. There's no conflict. Okay. You gotta have animosity for a conflict. Okay. There's no conflict. To me, in this world, there's only truth and lies. Okay. Truth and lies. And which one are you going to stand up for? Truth or the lies? It seems like a lot of people want to stand up for the lies. I don't. And if that's how the game is being played, then let me know, and I will get up here and lie. Okay. Dolly. Hello.
Hello, Dolly.
Hey.
How you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, I'm a first-time caller.
Are
I'm in
you?
Missouri.
All right.
I'm in the Show Me State.
The Show Me State? I like that state.
Yes.
What's your name?
My name's Jody.
Hey, Jody. Nice to meet you from the Show Me State.
Well, the reason I'm calling you is just to tell you how much I enjoy you and PJ and all you do.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here with us.
Yeah, you're my entertainment.
Uh-huh.
You're my news channel. You do it all for me because I don't go out of my house. I'm
Uh-oh.
disabled and everything.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And you do it for me. I tell you what, you are a funny man.
I think most people watch me because they're trapped and can't get away.
Yes. And you got a great heart, honey. You got a great heart.
That's the only reason I'd watch me, if I had a broken leg.
No, honey. You guys are terrific. I tell you what, I totally enjoy both of you guys and what you do and how you get out there, and you guys are committed. There's no fake shit about that. I'm sorry if I cut.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's what I tell.
I mean,
that's a more of my last few days. People think I'm picking on people. It's not. I just want people to be truthful out here.
And do it from the heart, not from the pocket.
Yeah. And the whole moral is just don't believe if you watch this stuff for entertainment, great. But if you watching this because you think somebody's a saint, that ain't the reason to watch it.
I mean, you make it entertaining just with your personality, but also for news. You bring the news to me, like this court case. And
yeah.
Some things I don't understand, but you make me understand it more.
Yeah, it's like court TV for dummies.
You are so right, honey. Well, I don't want to take up your time, and please keep on keeping on, brother.
All right, thank you for calling. It was good meeting you.
You too, sweetheart. Thank you.
All right, peace.
Peace.
I try to dumb things down. But, hey, I can say this. I'm an idiot, but I ain't a liar. Okay? I'm dumb as hell. Goofy as all get up out of here. But far as a genuine person, I am what you see. Okay? And I truly believe that real recognizes real. That's what I thought. I'm not too convinced of that anymore. Right? I'm not too convinced of that. I believe that you can get up on the internet and you can create a personality and you can be that person and people will believe that is who you are. Right. And I remember when people thought that I wasn't who I thought I was. Dolly, Justin asked everyone to pray for you when you were in the hospital, and he was sincere. JR did the same. Well, I would pray for him. I would, if he was in the hospital, I would tell y'all to pray for him. Okay? I would honestly do that. I just told you I have no animosity against the person. I don't hate the person. All right? Y'all make it out like I hate this guy or have something against him. I don't. I'm just saying the things that were coming out weren't truthful. I don't get where me saying this is not truthful is me hates this person or anything. It's not. It's totally not that. I think people are misunderstanding where I'm coming from. Or if you say anything and you think it's being mean, well, if you lie, it's a lie. Okay? We sitting here calling this girl a liar. You know why we're doing that? Because she's lying. Okay, she's lying. It's okay to call her a liar. We don't hate her. Well, some of us do. Some of y'all probably hate this woman's face. You know what I'm saying, Megan Boswell? But if there's a lie or somebody's bullshit, and somebody has to call it, right? Right? I think y'all listen. If that man was sick, I would pray for that man. Okay, I'm praying right now. He'll stop lying. Little baby Jesus, will you please come into this man's heart and let him be truthful and honest? All right. Amen. I would pray for that dude. I tell you this. Anybody's sick. Look, JR was sick. When he had his stomach problems, I wish JR the best. Told everybody to pray for him. I don't want to see anybody sick. I love everybody. Everybody's my brothers and sisters. Some of you are like distant cousins that you got that lying ass family member. He's like that. It's like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate these people. You think I go to bed losing sleep and shit at night? No, I drool on myself. Everything. I don't care like that. I just try to send a message. Just, don't be fooled. You know what I'm saying? One day you'll come back and be like, Dolly, you were right. And I'll go, I know. That's what I'll do. But I'll be cool with you still, right? If I don't block you, I'll be cool with you, right? That's just how I am. I'm a decent human being. That's it. Treat everybody like you want to be treated. Yeah, like I said, I don't have nothing against that person that said he prayed for me. Thank you for him praying for me. Now I hope it was sincere, that he really meant that. I do, right? Because if I prayed for you, I would really mean it. I wouldn't want to see anybody sick or hurt in this world. Not him, not the monkey, not nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's just I battle truth and lies. That's it. It's nothing personal. I just hope that's in case the truth actually does come out one day. Holly, listen, I'm praying the same thing you praying, that we do get the truth in the Sebastian Rogers case. That's all I want. This all has to do with a missing kid. Okay? For the 100 people that did delete me. This has to do with a missing kid. This ain't the place to do any of that. All right? When T-Rev was doing it, everybody deleted him. You see what happened to him. But since this person has great makeup tips, it's different. It's different. And we need to play in a fair playing field. Is all. That's it. You can call someone out on a lie and not make fun of them. Homophobic slurs, how their appearances are. I don't have any homophobic slurs. I don't care who that man sleeps with, Wendy. I have no problem with he can sleep with every person in the planet he wants to. I don't care about stuff like that. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care about none of that stuff. It has nothing to do with anything. He could do the best makeup in the world. Don't mean it's okay to be a liar. Okay. It just not now. And that ain't just for him. Y'all seem like I'm just talking about him. I'm talking about everybody in the Sebastian Rogers case. It's no place to be making up things or let's enhance something and make it out to be this and that when it's a Bigfoot video. Okay. If anything, it's an attack on Bigfoot. To me, people are just trying to gaslight you, Dolly, for taking a stand. Listen, I don't care. It's not going to change me none. I'm going to be who I am no matter what. You like it, dislike me, I'm who I am. Okay. But I actually thought that last video was completely ridiculous. What last video? What video are you talking about? Ha ha, free clubber. Poor, I don't know. Actually, the glare has been coming in and he's been pretty cool lately. He hasn't came in trying to start no fight. Nothing. Some people attack when Bigfoot's not real. All right, let's do it.
You might be seated. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. May I please have exhibit number 79? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Wendy.
I'm going to pass you two documents. One has previously been marked as exhibit 79. So for the one that's not marked, I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It was a image found on the social media returns of Megan and Hunter at Blowing Rock.
Okay. And based upon your analysis, were you able to determine a date of that photograph being taken?
Yeah, according to the search warrant proceeds, it was taken on or about January 20th of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that that photograph be made exhibit number 241.
You are the father.
Subject for your prior rule, yes, sir.
We exhibit 241, subject to court department.
And did you also recognize the exhibit that I handed up along with that?
Of the message?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So is this the photograph you were referencing?
Yes.
A few moments ago, dated January 20th of 2020.
Yes.
Is that right? And based upon your work on this investigation, are you able to identify who the individuals are in this photograph?
It appears to be the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood.
Hunter Wood. It's kind of difficult to see it, but
Okay.
it's believed to be Hunter Wood.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit more difficult on these screens.
Mhm.
Okay. Then previously marked exhibit number 79. Did you also locate that in your analysis of the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes, this appears to have been a message sent on Instagram from the defendant to Bailey.
Okay. And was that also on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Were these sent together? Are you aware if they were sent together or not?
Yes, I think the photo came through first, and then the message came through right after the photo.
Okay.
But they were sent pretty much at the same time.
Okay.
I've been riding this mountain since I was 15. I know every run, every hidden powder stash, every shortcut through the trees.
Go through one at a time.
Okay.
Do you recognize each of those photographs?
I do.
Okay. And we'll go through them one at a time. The first photograph, what is that photograph of?
The first one I have is of essentially an image of a house.
Okay.
With the text, "So excited for our new home." It appears that Hunter is in that photo.
Okay. And were you able to determine the date that that photo was taken?
Yeah, so this one was taken on or about February the 16th.
Okay. Your Honor, we would ask that be made exhibit number 242.
Exhibit 242, subject to problem.
Again, that came from the defendant's social media extraction.
Yes.
Okay.
So on Instagram.
Okay. On Instagram. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. And is this the photo that you were referencing from February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you can tell me the next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption, "Picking out furniture for our new house," heart emoji.
Okay. And were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
Yes. So this was posted. This appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay. So for both of the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave.
They appear to be posted.
Okay.
According to the proceeds.
And posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
243.
And permission to publish. This one. Okay. So the photo you're referencing is being posted on February 17th of 2020
Yes.
on the defendant's Instagram.
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got one more photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture. It appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says, "So proud of my baby!" Exclamation point, new 2020 high country.
Okay. And are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, this appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay. And did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. We asked that be exhibit number 244.
Full exhibit 244, pursuant to court procedure.
And permission to publish.
Go ahead.
So is this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. One second. Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes,
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications, a pattern of behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes. So in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages every day from November 1st and onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique images of Evelyn were seen afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
Just a minute, Judge. You may. No questions. All right. Is he free to go, or does he need to be subject to recall?
There's a potential for recall, but if so, we will get in touch with him and let him know.
Agent Durant, you're finished right now with your testimony. You are being subject to recall. You don't have to sit here at the courthouse, but make sure they can get a hold of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
Turn your name.
State recall Marla Gray.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Marla Gray.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marla Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
And what is your position there with the TBI?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I have also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis, and interpretation.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you've performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that you're able to use in the performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And is this equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree. She's an expert.
All right. Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Butcher paper is put out.
Okay. And each case, is that assigned a specific case number within the lab?
Yes. So when evidence comes in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
All right. And I assume that you make sure that evidence, before you perform any testing, is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes, before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. That be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March the 4th of 2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that it was sent to you?
For this first batch of items, the Evelyn had not been found yet. So these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
Okay. So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn, bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because babies drool, so I thought that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed, so her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item you mentioned that you were looking for drool? Which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the neck area. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also in looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to.
Yes, a hair clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection. Exhibit 245.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item is going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as latent fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
Okay. And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document, ask if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay. So that just reflects the fact that they did, in fact, collect swabs from the trash can. Is that
Yes.
correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246.
Objection? No, sir. P246.
All right. Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition, and they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted and it matched.
So you were able to perform testing on those items that you've previously been unable to?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items, the first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report March 11th?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Item 1D. Sorry.
Yeah, that was the pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the pants that have been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, but the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 3 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of commingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't have been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome. And in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that
Correct.
correct?
It was too low to do any comparisons with.
Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing
Yes.
in this report. Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared of your findings?
Yes.
On that day? Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 247.
Any objection? No, sir. Full exhibit 247.
The next results that you reported, those would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020. the items there were ones that were taken from the trash can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified in the report as Exhibit 7A. Did you perform testing on that
I
item?
did. Yes, I
Okay.
did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray Exhibit number 197? It should be a bag, small bag. Agent Gray, will you take a look at that and see if you recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit 7A, which is the chewed gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that unique laboratory case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
You recognize your initials there on that item?
Yes.
All right. Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other profiles besides that?
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay. And thank you. If we could hand her exhibit number 217. Again, should be a bag.
It says blue gloves.
Yes, do you recognize what's been handed to you?
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I work this or not.
Okay, all right. Hand that back to her. I'm gonna come back to that. If we could hand her exhibit 218. You recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the seal that I placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
All right. So you were not able to form any kind of profile at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone. Is that
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And can we next hand her exhibit number 200? recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. It also had World Pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
And if we could next hand her Exhibit 211. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, with World Pop stats.
No other profiles on that particular item?
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but nothing was, it was inconclusive.
Okay. Next, if we could hand her number 212. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This is my Exhibit 22A, which is a Misty water bottle. The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop stats.
And next, we could hand you Exhibit 213. I'm sorry. Let me pick up what were you just handed 213?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, it is my Exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode label and my seal that I put on it when I was complete.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And next, if we could hand her 223, which should be one of the pillows. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my Exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my seal with my ID on it.
And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result. So that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with World Pop stats that the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Okay.
The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, from the center of the pillow.
If we could hand her exhibit number 224 next. It also should be a pillow. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID. And down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested. The quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis. And the edges of the pillow were tested and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
We could hand her at 215 next. Let's be a bottle. You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed and the DNA profile matched exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile was consistent with exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode and my seal on the top.
And did you perform analysis on that item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item, but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work hair. The inside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was inconclusive. And the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
So no conclusive profiles on any of the
No.
gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves. Is
No.
that correct? Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to make the gloves as exhibit 248.
Any objection?
I guess she probably needs to, I don't think, did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those
Oh,
up?
yeah.
So we can-
This is the first glove. Glove 1 has a 1 on it. And this is glove number 2. Or sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
And those were the gloves that you tested,
Yes.
testified to. Okay. Judge, I think we 248. All right. I just want to make sure. Agent Gray, did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you a document. Let's see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that
Yes.
you issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 249.
Any objection? No, sir. Equal exhibit 249.
Now, Agent Gray, obviously you've tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value?
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front end because like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that? Now, let me ask you this way. Why was that item not initially worked by you?
Due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water. And what that does is it finds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not stained and possibly get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, this is a accurate copy of my biology report dated April 22nd, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection? Yes, sir. Full exhibit 250.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting. Talk a little bit about the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
We received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining or areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together, but I think there were 5 pieces in total.
Okay. If we could hand Agent Gray exhibits 201 and 203. One is that white box sitting right there. You recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay. And is that the foil sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
If you would, tell us what the results of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the latent print laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regard to the foil sheeting?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
This is a copy of my report dated March 12th, 2021.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the foil sheeting you've just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 251.
Full exhibit 61.
Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, was also some additional material that was found in the trash bag, where the victim's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor. The other was a banana blueberry flavor. And then there was a tissue.
Kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
Okay. And what about the Gerber apple mango strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. and quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Could I see Exhibit 164? I'm sorry, 214. I'm sorry, wrong number. 214. I want to say it first. Yes. Agent Graham, I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 214. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 37A, which is a tissue. Here's a barcode.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish brown stain. So I initially tested for the presence of blood, and presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. Using the expression World Pop Stats, what does that mean?
So right now, the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one I generated.
Okay. So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
This is a copy of my forensic biology report dated October 22nd, 2021.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as exhibits 252.
Okay.
Agent Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's Violent Crime Response Team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off the VCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for VCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
And specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the Violent Crime Response Team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes, I was.
All right. And specifically on February the 19th of 2020, did you go to Middlesboro, Kentucky to search a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
And subsequent to that, did you also receive a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Blumpville, Tennessee?
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. VCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Joe. Thank you, Agent Gray. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Could I see Exhibit 249, please? No, it's the report. Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at Exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes, the inside of glove 1 had male DNA. And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropherogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile. You have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI. So it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body, they have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than the TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the glove? Outside of glove 2's mentioned hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay. Did you make a note of, are they long hairs, are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe. The palm was shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any issue, nothing about length or anything else.
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Let's talk about the pillow. I'm having a difficult time on this finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow had Evelyn Boswell's DNA on it. Is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
Okay. Could you tell if that came from saliva or what that came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did tested positive for what was indicated luminescence. So it could have been sweat or saliva.
Okay. And it also had male DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Were those two mixed in the same spot or?
Yes, it was the same, the center area that I took a cutting from. So it would have been the same area.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. And finally, there was a bottle, like a medicine bottle,
Yes.
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
It was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am. 18A. That's what I'm looking for. And that item was it? It was tested, and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not. But once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
If I could have just 1 minute, Judge. Ms. Gray, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Woods or Preston Hunter Woods DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Agent Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why didn't you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare it to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have drawn it. If I had submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
Thank you. That's all.
If I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
That's all.
She is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your stand. Starting next.
State would call David Hoover.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
David Hoover.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Seek it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, DAVID HOOVER.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at the Nashville Crime Laboratory in the latent fingerprint or latent print unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist.
And Agent Hoover, if you would kind of give the jury a brief overview of what your duties are there within the latent print division.
My duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
You mentioned the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI. And then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court qualified fingerprint examiners with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
How many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And what type of technical equipment do you have there that you use at the lab?
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually see on TV. A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System. And they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation, 254 nanometer light, it will, the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes, I believe so.
Agent Hoover, have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification. Is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time, we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert. All right. You'd be declared to be an expert in the field of latent print fingerprint identification.
Agent Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction ridge skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner, when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcations, ridge endings, dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along and then it suddenly stops and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing, except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that, those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. A dot is essentially what it describes. It's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge, and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Are latent prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. What all is?
They can be fingerprints. There can be palm impressions. Your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing where you can actually develop feet footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. If you would talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there, and then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because as you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that ridge flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface. Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody. Because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
And does whether or not a surface is clean or dirty, does that affect?
That can also affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, you work at the lab in Nashville, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a process as far as processing evidence that comes into the lab there in Nashville?
Yes, we do.
If you would explain to the jury how that works.
So an agency will bring in a piece of evidence. It will go through our evidence receiving section, in which case that piece of evidence is given a specific lab number and an evidence number. If that lab number is already created, then that's another lab number, or excuse me, another evidence number. As it goes through, it's then the case is assigned to an individual. In this case, I would receive the case. In this situation, I would receive the case. And then I would go pick up that evidence from evidence receiving to then do my testing.
All right. And prior to testing any items, do you make sure that they have been secured and not tampered with in any way?
The evidence receiving unit is involved in that, and they have a vault in which it is stored in, and that only they have the opportunity to get to. Once I get the evidence, I make sure that the evidence is in a sealed condition in some way, and then I go from there and then open it, process it from there.
All right. If we could at this time, I'd like to hand Agent Hoover exhibit number 196, trash can.
So this is the trash can that I received. It has our laboratory number. It has our exhibit number as well as my initials. This is the sticker that was on the side of the trash can. It also contains the exhibit number and my initials. And these are pieces of the rim of the trash can that I removed to be able to process better.
So at the time that you received the trash can there at the lab, the pieces that you just held up, they were
actually
It was a
attached.
full-
Yes, it was a full trash can with those pieces of the rim attached to it.
Okay, you removed them. They were not broken or anything like that. Is that
No,
correct?
they were not.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker. Is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer?
Yes,
that was on there.
Yes, it was on the side of the trash can. It's a Sterilite sticker, manufacturer of the trash can.
Okay, and you removed that as well?
I did.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item, the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
On that trash can, I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including super glue, dust, the Rubis system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim, especially the body itself. No, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker, I found a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay. Talk about the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm confident that it's probably a child's print. Some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people. But it was a very small print.
Certainly didn't. Would you say it was not the size of a normal man's hand? Well, okay. Oh. You've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the contributor.
I did compare it to Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint. And again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But well, on the date that your initial examination was done in the report,
my
was
initial
issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
That was inconclusive to her because in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger, when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger, this part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
And what is that?
It appears to be a copy of my report from April 2nd of 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Judge will move to make that exhibit 253. Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good rolled prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints.
Okay.
At least in that tip area.
Sorry. Did you then attempt to, or speak with law enforcement in an attempt to get better prints of Miss Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Okay. And were you able to do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
Okay. And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
And did you, Agent Hoover, did you prepare a finding in that regards?
I did.
Report? I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I did.
And what is it?
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit 254.
Yes, 254. Full agree.
And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Miss Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce. And that essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it. So that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print or to try to lift that area of her finger and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you again prepare a report to reflect that you were unsuccessful?
I did.
going to hand you another document and ask you if you can identify that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of a report from February the 8th of 2021.
And is that the report that reflects your latest attempt to make some sort of identification?
Yes, it does.
Is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 255.
Okay.
Agent Hoover, at that point, what did you speak with law enforcement about what needed to be done further?
I did.
Okay. But you would kind of tell us how that conversation went.
I finally volunteered to come to Bluntville and fingerprint Ms. Boswell myself.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
All right. Were these prints that you obtained clear enough that you could make some sort of analysis or identification?
Yes, they were.
All right. And did you in fact make findings in that regard?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I was able to identify the fingerprint from underneath the rim of the trash can to Megan Boswell's number 2 or right index finger.
Okay. And so that was, again, you found that underneath the rim of the trash can.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
And I hand you another document and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that exhibit 256.
Okay. Exhibit 256.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Do you recognize those items?
I did.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
Okay. And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
Okay. What was your findings initially?
My initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report,
Yes, sir.
that I did not find any fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
Talk about the challenges of trying to develop prints off of that foil.
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is also very detrimental to fingerprint reproduction. The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
in
did.
regards to foil? I'm going to hand you a document and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 257.
Full exhibit 257.
Now, Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
Okay. And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was the understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints. And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print I identified. You're right.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
So you had one print that there was no identification. You can't make any.
It wasn't useful for it. No.
Okay. And the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell.
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a report or document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It's another copy of my report from May the 6th, 2022.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work, and those included a candy wrapper and a bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever. Didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you exhibit 198. Plastic. You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you could remove it, is that a black plastic bag?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, it did.
All right. And if you would tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
On 17A, I originally developed 2 identifiable latent fingerprints and 1 identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the 2 identifiable latent fingerprints?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified 1 to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and 1 to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
And what about the latent impression?
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings?
I did.
On that day? I'll hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of 22.
And is that a true and accurate copy
Yes,
of your report?
it appears to be.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
You pulled exhibit 250.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you on this particular case?
The only other thing was that latent impression I eventually determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion, and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
Okay. And that was from the black
Plastic trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document in that regard.
Okay.
Did you already have that one? Did I?
Look at 258. I wrote down it was May 6, 2022.
Okay. I mean, that may be. Is that the same? That may be the same one, Judge. Which does he have the one I just handed him?
I do.
That's the same one. Okay. Agent Hoover, of all the exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified? Any other prints that you were able to develop?
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
That you believe is from a child, is that right? What's what he said? So again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print from the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
On the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual. But I do not believe it's from a normal sized adult.
All right. Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer any questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15-minute break.
Everyone stand, please.
During the break, please do not I'll look at these and we'll talk about it probably in the morning. Just so you know, there are 2 resources that I use when in addition to the Burns test. There's a lesser included offense list.
I had went by Judge Tipton's outline, and it does go back a ways, but I don't think it's been overturned at least. And as it relates to child abuse and child neglect, they're not necessarily lessers under the Burns test. They are lessers by statute, and I cited the subsection of the statute that makes them lessers. We need to approach, Judge, if we could.
I mean, I don't know if it matters. I don't know what you're using it for exactly.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, yes, Judge. Sorry.
State's ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
We agree.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report exhibit number 253 that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those 2 individuals, yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which like those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon, in your opinion, for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home.
No, that's common.
As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you find of Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, I cannot.
It's possible it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
And again, you have no knowledge one way or the other if the print was, when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in a case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
What do you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, it may bake it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will stay on a surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
Give me just a second. Let me ask you about latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone would do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Nothing further, Judge.
Is he free to go?
He is for the state.
Is he free to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
State your name.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start your honor? Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, Matrina. Last name is Schmidt, Schmidt.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school at Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency, and then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection. Should be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there, Muddy Creek Road, that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but 2 of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who are those 2 people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene, the death.
Okay. And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
Okay, give me just a second. Can you tell the jury what steps you took to ensure that the scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay. And how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. Remember. Can I please see? Exhibits number 20 through 38, please. In the past, you have been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right. We can pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand
Okay,
the
let me
question.
ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can. Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay. I know you stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigation or summary, law enforcement.
What's up, guys?
Investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Okay. Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you documents. I'll give you a second to look and see if you recognize that. Oh, okay. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number
Hello, hello.
260.
So her fingerprints are on the aluminum foil, the trash can.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury?
Homicidal
What
violence.
did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
Were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes, the body was in the trash can upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34. Pre-admitted as exhibit number 34.
She's guilty. Take her to prison.
Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
Okay. Approximately how many of those are were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Oh boy.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted from, that you determined the result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
Okay. So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being a possibility for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible?
He's a gummy bear. You
Sleeping
can't have it.
rollover incident possible explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay. And can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you that would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
I don't know if I could answer that.
Okay. Do you, hold on one second. Let me ask it a different way. Anything about the autopsy, as well as the other things that you had said that you used to come to your conclusion, that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswell died from natural causes?
No.
Okay. Same question. Anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body, that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
Okay. Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
I approach the court reporter, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Smith. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you again. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions. And I guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations of law enforcement. Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body. Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records from when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I routinely go through the medical records. I remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have done that?
Yes, I always review the medical records on children.
And Ms. Massengill finished up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be, I assume.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any medical findings of a cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical bases for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, I'll give you a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table as opposed to in a trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So you mentioned in your report that there is a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded. correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So you talked about natural causes, and there's no sign of disease or anything in natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a patent foraminal valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
I would think a defect, whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
I don't know how to define good. I'm sorry.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
No.
Could that defect have led to the child's death? Is that possible?
It's a possibility.
You can't rule it out in this case, can you?
Based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope, I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally it closes around age 4 or 5 and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as a cause of death.
I think I ruled it out as a cause of death.
How?
She did not have any
Gummy
symptoms
bears.
or signs
No.
of there being trouble with her heart.
Is that not something that could come on instantly with your heart?
Yes.
So how do you rule out that didn't happen?
There were no changes to that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
How did you rule out sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, and upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
You can't say that, doctor. If the child died of sudden infant death syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that is possible, isn't it?
Usually they die around 9 to 10 months is the upper age, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
I wouldn't rule it a sudden infant death syndrome.
Okay. You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
That's correct.
Okay. But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that. That say there's higher incidence of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
That can be one of the factors that leads to a SIDS death, can it?
Yes.
Were you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the records.
Would it help you to see the records?
Sure.
Withdraw item 67, please. Okay, may I show this to the witness? Doctor, I would direct you to her October the 4th visit. Page 37 and 38.
I'm sorry. Is it towards the back? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 37 of 38. If you look at the page numbers on the top.
Oh,
right-hand
I
corner.
see. I'm sorry.
I hate this lawyer. Can't stand him.
Okay.
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Acute pharyngitis is an infection.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a virus. Is that right? A viral infection.
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question. So please don't take offense at the yes or no. Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion. And it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeospasm, can it?
Yes.
Child also suffered from ankyloglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke their tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
You're a
one way
doctor.
or the other.
So with all that said, this child is in a state of the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death.
But how? Based on what?
Based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report rules them out. I'm not talking about the child is found in a trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
I'm going to ask that he asks only one question at a time.
Yes. Sorry.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A forensic examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No,
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS, does it?
yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Correct?
That's correct.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Again, if the body were found laying on a table, not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
I would review everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Hypothetically, if that happened, could you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes,
Okay, was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
yes,
Okay, so you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
yes,
Are you saying inside of the shed?
yes.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So,
But yes, I'm sorry. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there, but my question was more specific than that, doctor. There were leaves inside of Evelyn's hair wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can, in a bag, correct?
Yes,
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
So when you describe this death as homicidal violence, you describe that as based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes,
Okay, but not your medical findings.
yes, my medical findings in addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No,
Okay. At this point, soft tissue, it was hard to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
that's correct.
Okay. So there were no medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can. I'm sorry.
I'm asking.
tested. Objection.
Doctor, let's make sure we're on the same page. I'm asking about medical causes that you would find in the autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No,
So medical causes that and medical diagnosis that you have, there is no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
no,
And you can't say that the child was dead or alive when it went in the trash can you?
that's correct.
Can I have just a minute, Judge?
No.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. You talked about leaves in the shed.
Hello, daughter.
You were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can.
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume that you and your team were very careful that the baby, nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of leaves from you all's contamination.
No,
So, Doctor, based on your medical findings, not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but based on medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Physical abuse.
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Any broken bones?
No,
Objection from him.
Well, I'm trying to. Any broken bones?
no,
Any signs of prior broken bones?
no.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Smith, thank you. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
She released from us.
Like I state, yes.
Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your testimony today. You are released from your subpoena manual for your.
Thank you.
Next.
Statement called Dr. Lewiston.
Why don't you say her whole name?
Dr. Darinka Malusnik Polchon. I'll let her say and spell it for you.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Darenka Milusnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milusnik Polchan. Milusnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm the chief medical examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the chief medical officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of clinical assistant professor of, actually associate professor of pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, Rijeka in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about 3.5 years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee. And then, of course, we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
All right. Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, the anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners. And so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system, we are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge. Right, to be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the district attorney's office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report, if that's
sure
acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing on my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then National NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's office, and the presentment State of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death, and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in that with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths. And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end, the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene. And that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right. And let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please? Dr. Malusnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer.
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being the blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one. And number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling,
I'm awake, people. I'm awake. I'm just listening.
She's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There's a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Now going to show you exhibit number, previously admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here: the garbage can, the trash can. There was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed, and now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia, because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied, because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of the garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit 31.
So this exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would show you how long the child had been in that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there's a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil. Because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures that were around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case, you mentioned the flies and the larvae?
Yeah, there were some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
That is just nasty.
32.
So the exhibits 32
yes
is actually just another kind of painstakingly removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached.
Evil.
And now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm. Well, the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction. And then her neck was kind of slightly contorted. The head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit 34.
So the exhibit 34 now shows it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then a blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket that are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So in the Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped. And there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened. And then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from what Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity. So they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed and then for the photographs to be taken and the autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
Dr. Malusnik, did you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore. So she already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it, because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just not that easy, even for an adult, to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malushnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
Yeah, we all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment deaths, and none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you. Do you want any of these photos? No. Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good afternoon.
My name is Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Now, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of infection or any or tumor or anything like that that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for the forensic pathologist to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that
I hear you, Patty.
was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was an antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy. Therefore, it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now, we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, or SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
Exist. I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Okay. What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no? Can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can. So that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that the child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil.
It don't matter.
Bag,
She's dead.
bags,
What he's saying.
blanket tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can.
Terrible
Sure,
lawyer.
the trash can definitely did not help.
You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive
That's
when
true.
she was
Why
wrapped, yes or no?
She's dead.
All I can say is that she cannot breathe. With a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a bag,
ask the
bag,
witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to. But you do have to answer his questions.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil.
She won't give a yes or no.
Judge, I would
trash can
ask
and
the
the
court to instruct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
She's Croatian.
Yeah, she is.
She ain't answering nothing she don't want to answer. That's like your mom's sister up there. Kind of looks like your mom too.
Best of your ability. Answer yes or no. And you'll have an opportunity.
PJ's mom is exactly the same way.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say. with
She
certainty
still didn't
whether
answer
the
yes or
child
no.
hurt the foil being put in her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead.
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
I think there may be something lost in translation. You ever know how you sit there and talk to your mom and
Yeah.
she's kind of the same
They're
way?
on sidebar. I don't think she's.
It's not a simple yes or no question, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason for the baby to be dead. She's right. You can't argue with these Slavic women. I told y'all when I met PJ's mom, I thought she was part of the Italian mob.
All right.
You would date my daughter.
Let me see if I can boil this down. The lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case, this situation.
Judge don't even know what to say to her.
Man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes.
You're gonna be a contempt. Yeah.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor.
He is an idiot. But she did say murdered. You notice that?
Uh-huh.
She could have been murdered in a different way.
She's about to be in contempt, and she's gonna be proud to be in contempt. Watch. She's got that smirk on her face. Haha.
Nothing further, Judge.
Because she wasn't going to answer nothing further.
Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. You're released from this
I want to give her a standing ovation. Bravo.
She said she could have been murdered some other way.
Any other? Yeah, more witnesses.
I think we're a good stopping spot for today, Judge.
We're in a good stopping spot.
I have to give you these admonitions, even though you've heard them. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member.
Okay. There you have it. There you have it. So we got to hear from the medical examiners. We found out today that Hunter didn't have nothing to do with the disappearance or the murder of this baby Evelyn. So a lot of people changed their stories today. Far as my callers, they called back and said, Dolly, we were wrong. Okay. There's always that. But listen, everybody can be wrong every now and then. You need to hear everything before you can really make your judgment, a full final judgment. And all roads point to Megan Boswell. In the words of Dog, all roads point to Rome. Okay, Dog the Bounty Hunter, that is Mr. Oakley himself. This girl needs to rot in prison basically for the rest of her life. So hopefully we get the justice that Evelyn deserves, and they give her life without the possibility of parole.
We found out the gum was Megan's.
The gum was Megan. Fingerprints on stuff were Megan's. Megan was lying to everybody all the time. I think she lies to herself. Okay. Like, and she believes her own lies. Just wow. Okay. Absolutely crazy today in court. And I will be back, of course, tomorrow morning to do day number 7. I also got some videos dropping tonight. I believe my bedtime story video will be out at, I'm going to do it. I want to do it while people are still awake. What time does everybody go to bed? My scary story. But I also want to do a video tonight, a little bit talking about the Sebastian Rogers case. So that'll be after dinner. So I say the scary story video is going to drop about 10 or 11. Nobody stays up that late.
Yeah, but you said you were going to do another video. So when are you going to do the other video?
I don't know. We got to go get dinner though. I know that. We got to go to the grocery store. Okay, guys. I got to get ready to get out of here because me and PJ got to go to the grocery store to get some, what are we getting? Roasted chicken? Some roasted chicken and green beans. Okay. Dolly Vision. What about Drama Llama? That is coming. We secured our last third host, right? We just got our third host, third person in the show. And I reached out to somebody else and I'm just waiting for their reply for the fourth person. And we will start that show coming up here in just maybe a couple weeks.
I wouldn't tell them anything because we're not certain.
Yeah, and everything right now is still a little bit in limbo. Okay, we're still working out all the details on the Drama Llama show, but it's coming. Okay, it's coming. It just takes time to put craziness together. Okay, too much crazy in one place is what we should call it. Too much crazy in one place. So, we've been hard at work getting these people involved that we want to get. But you know, everybody so far has agreed to do it. So everybody, far as the first 3 people we went after, all 3 people agreed to do it. Now I just reached out to one more person and, but we're going to do it. We're going to run it with the 3. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring guests on.
You don't have to tell them everything about the show.
Okay. Well, this, you know, that's the basics of the Dolly Drama Llama show. It's just a bunch of crazy in one place. It's going to be a good shit show. So if you like good shit shows, that's going to be a good one. All right. I got my bedtime story video dropping tonight, and I'm going to do a live later on Sebastian Rogers, the latest stuff going on in that case, because I haven't talked about it in like a week. So I'm going to do a little tapping in on that. And I hope to see you guys there. All right. Later. Peace.